Hey everybody, welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you with another Sea of Spears Sunday, and we are glad that you're joining us. As always, everyone's just out to make friends in this lovely setting that George R. R. Martin wrote for us. We're all about tales of positivity and friendship, and we're glad that we've got you guys with us. So, we are in the middle of the wedding of uh, Rhaena Nymaryen to Willis Tyrell, and it's the event of the season. And everyone's been hanging out in Highgarden, and we have been socializing all heckin' week. There was a little ride on a pleasure barge. There was an afternoon of hawking. There was the hunt, and then there was a bit of drama last night after the hunt. We had a couple of interesting conversations go on while hunting. Uh, Elia Sandstorm was approached about a marriage match with a dashing young Lannister. Sir Nathan Lugas approached Rhaena and basically gave his sister Ludviga as a ward, as an apology for the scheming of Orton and Marita, um, and so some exciting, dramatic plot stuff there. But then we also had a storm of words as the Nymaryen boys had a rather dramatic falling out. Um, so we are going to pick up right about there with Luke and Adam having gone at it, and then Luke, Adam, and the sisters, and Luke has stormed off, and we are in a hallway in Highgarden, and you are good to go. There was also a dramatic letter.
Yeah.
Do
Oh,
we
yeah. Dramatic letter.
go back over that letter? Yeah. There was a letter delivered by Maester Ferris, who was listening in the hallway a little bit. And yes, he had a letter to deliver to Adam Nymaryen that I can read again if Ash wants me to.
I have read it many times in the intervening
Okay.
2 weeks, so
Or
I
you
don't
can-
need the refresher.
Okay, then we will leave it. And if
Well, what
if
about for
Ash
the
wants to
audience?
share it,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Ash wants to share it with people instead of me, that is just fine.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
sorry. I mean, it got read on stream last time, so that's why I was
Well,
thinking it didn't need.
Yeah.
Right, but that was a couple weeks ago, and we're doing a recap.
Okay,
So your call.
Sure, yeah. I'm fine for a recap then.
It actually might help me. to
Okay.
recapture the feel
Yeah,
of
like
where we
I think I remember the
Yeah,
gist of it, but yeah, hearing it again.
So this was
Adam did show it to Rhaena and Bela.
so this was a letter delivered at this stage by Mr. Ferris, and it was brought here by a knight of the Vale who ran into Sir Lynn Corbray on his way back to the Vale, and this guy was on his way to the tourney. So
Wedding.
this was, wedding. I'm just used to everybody traveling to tourneys. Why are you guys even here if there's no tourney? What's
That's
going
what
on?
I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, come on!
So, this was the letter. It was a small one. And it was, hey, I cannot give you what you need while simply taking what I want. And since you need while I merely want, better I should go and be done with things. Leave me alone, and I shall do the same. You are young yet, and have time to find happiness elsewhere. I pray you do. L.C. So.
And then I remember Adam asked Rhaena, or asked both of us, Bela and I, if we thought that he should reach out in response to this.
Yeah. Adam was like, "Do I respond to this or not?" Yeah. Because Adam's way of dealing with problems is to like ask 3 people and then go completely rogue.
Your comment the other day in my Discord about if Adam had a cell phone, it'd have to be taken away from him is very apt.
Absolutely. Yes. If this was like a modern day setting, like the minute alcohol touches Adam's lips, someone would have to take his cell phone off him so that he wasn't like drunk dialing or texting exes.
I can absolutely see that.
Yeah. So suffice to say, Adam did not take the receipt of that letter very well. He was already a bit fragile, and that just kind of yeah, that was yeah, pretty awful. And I think
Alright.
I think Mr. Ferris was like, "Do you need anything?" And he kind of went fast acting poison, and then sort of nervous laughter, and then had to go. That's fully a joke, please. Like, don't worry. And like Raina suggested that he kind of go to his room and be by himself for a bit, and she said she would send him some food up, which when he gets there he'll probably not. Will probably pick at, but not eat very much of, and will sort of he'll do his usual kind of flopping around and moping for a bit, but then will not be able to help himself and will start penning a reply, which I have written, like in the intervening 2 weeks, and and I kept it pretty short, so it's not like it's not pages and pages of
Whoa!
woe.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need that many letters to say "fuck you."
He'll save the pages and pages of woe for his diary, probably. But yeah, and but he probably won't give that to anyone right away. But he will want to give that to Sir Uther before he leaves.
Sir Uther Shet was the Knight of the Vale that brought this letter. Just for
Yeah. So I think like Adam will probably be either missing dinner altogether or a chunk of it, because he'll be in his room. So I don't know if you, yeah, I guess like since we're kind of wanting to move ahead, he'll have just missed it altogether. But we'll seek out Mr. Ferris like later, because Mr. Ferris did like say to like come see him if he needed anything.
right. So what about the Nymaryen girls? After Adam left, and you two were alone in the little like cul-de-sac hallway. After all of this went down, the Adam Luke fight and the Adam Lynn letter. What are the Nymaryen twins up to?
I am very unclear on what just happened here.
Well, I think it's something that's boiled over from a while ago. I think there's been
Bill actually like knows a fair bit.
It's feels like it's one of those things like where you have an argument over something small, but then it turns into an argument that you've been putting off having for years, right? Like,
And I love how Bela and Rainer are talking about it as though it happens only to other people. Because Bela's just like, when I'm mad, I hit somebody with a stick. And Rainer's like, when I'm mad, I get somebody hit by a stick. Like they're both like, I don't know why people do this. I don't understand. Like, like, these two are the ones that don't bottle things up for very long. So they're having to kind of figure out.
Yeah. I mean, it's no secret that Adam's been upset about Lynn for a while and upset with cousin Elia for quite some time, right? And I think we've known that, but maybe not to the extent that it's angered him.
Well, obviously, it bothers him a lot, a lot.
Right. And the same with Luke, but Luke has been pretty vocal, especially over the entirety of this trip, about how close we've been with, like, the Lannisters in particular, and just people who have been traditionally not of Dornish stock.
Right. And I understand that. I understand that he has issues with how we are incorporating Lannisters into the house, but these allies are going to serve us for decades to come.
Hopefully,
I
yes.
can't make him see that.
I don't know if there's something that, right, no, I agree. I don't think there's necessarily one moment, one thing you could say, either of us, that would just be like, oh yeah, it's totally fine now, right? It's the thing where, like, trust has been broken in the past, and because of that, some of us are willing to say it's been long enough and we need to look to the future, and some of us are, but it's right there. Like, we know it's happened. No one else is going to overlook it either, and I don't understand why, like, pointing to us, like, why we would overlook that. It's sort of, I think it comes down to the trust versus having utility and tools to move forward. It's like, yeah, it's like using tools that, you know, are already broken, and the risk is whether using that tool will splinter off and shatter and cause an injury that will cause your own death, right? Like, you wouldn't want a blacksmith to use a faulty hammer.
Right.
I think that we just kind of disagree on the quality and the hardiness of the tool. And I don't know, and since we're not able to communicate I don't know how to go forward, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know how to bridge that gap.
I don't think we can. Like, I just don't think it can be discussed into a good place. I think we're just going to have to. It's going to have to see that it works.
Yeah, I think you're
So
right.
it needs to work.
Right. Demonstration is the only way to build trust.
Right.
Not words. And
Right.
it's also the only way to find out if the trust is there or not, right? Like,
Right. I know what you mean. Yeah.
it goes both ways.
And he's not ready to take that risk while I am. And unfortunately for Luke, he doesn't get to make that decision for the house. So it adds that extra layer of anger and to it. So he and Adam are going to have to work this out on their own as far as that particular argument, because I don't know. I can't. I don't know how to help with that.
Yeah, that one is out of our hands. Like you said, it's the demonstration, right? And until it can be demonstrated, there's no changing whether or not you trust someone. Of course, that was only half of the argument, right? The other half.
Right. And now I'm on the other half. And I do think it was bad for him to. I don't know. I understand what he means. I understand where Luke is coming on as far as like being loyal to the family and keeping problems like that in the family instead of. I'm so sorry. Hold on. My
So,
boss
okay,
had
you alright?
My boss texted me. It's fine.
Okay.
She was telling me to give myself an extra money for this weekend.
Give me one too.
I'm like, okay.
Did you tell her we were busy?
Tell her it's rude unless she brings in extra money for everybody.
I can't talk at my actual job right now.
Making the big dollar.
Yeah.
Oh, she kills me. But anyway, um, Adam, Elia has hurt Adam's feelings over and over and over again, and it's difficult to. I'm not sure that she has the empathy to understand that or care.
Right. And I think that there's a measure of how you talk with everyone and people who can like give it and take it back and keep up the jovial nature. And then there's recognizing when someone isn't playing along in good sport. And I don't think she has recognized that Adam isn't playing in good sport with it, like so many others do, right? Uh, and because of that, it's deeply hurt Adam to the point where like, and maybe this is something that Luke could even understand, that like trust has been broken there, right? Like Adam cannot trust her to not hurt his feelings when the two of them are around each other, right?
Yes.
Um,
Right. You're actually really good at this, Bela.
and maybe that's something that we could,
We could actually help him see that.
that might be something that, yeah, could help Luke understand better. But maybe there's some way to speak to Elia about this in a way. Maybe I'll go speak with her.
You
I remember.
you did see Elia in the courtyard. She was kind of forced out there to greet everyone upon their return, and she was all bathed and perfumed and dressed up as a Reach Maiden. And whenever she was out of line, she was getting pinched by Marjorie Tyrell or Desmara Redwine, who had her flanked in like a sisterly, we shall interlock our arms, but then with
Yeah.
their free hands, like they were ready to reach up and like
Enforce their
correct
will.
her like a dog.
I imagine them bathing her
Bad.
was like trying to bathe a cat.
Yes.
You noticed that it
And then
was,
lower her.
Holding the side like, no!
yeah, it was
That's a
both.
very complicated steering system that they've got there.
It was both of them and several handmaidens. Yes, it was. We had to bust out the grappling rules for multiple wrestlers on one opponent. Yeah, it was a whole thing. But yeah, you did see her not too long ago. Just right back out in the courtyard.
Yeah, perhaps I could
All right.
get her to see that maybe she's gone too far with him and to back off some with how she treats him. I mean, I won't promise anything because you know her, but perhaps I have something that might give her some insight.
And I think you doing that is better than me doing that because have used up all of my patience for today.
I see her a little bit more similar to myself in that sometimes when I was young, I did a lot of rebellious things too. Maybe not to her extent, of course, and I still have more responsibilities even now, but I know what it's like to shirk a lot of things and go off and do what you want when other people don't want you to do that. So
well,
perhaps,
that's definitely more experience because I didn't do that. So I will go all along and try to. I don't even know what's on my schedule right now, but
You're supposed to be bathed and preparing for dinner
yeah.
in a new outfit.
all right. So I
It's
will go
different
to.
than you had breakfast in. You're right. Like, you're,
Yeah.
I will go to bathe again.
Yeah, after the hunt that we were just
yeah.
on.
It was so sweaty and hot. Oh my!
Oh, well, yeah, maybe not so
Right?
much you, but for me,
You were. And
very active.
Raina has been cycling through at least 3 outfits a day this week. Like, it's been out of her hands. She's been, yeah, 4 if the evening party goes exceptionally long, right? Like, she's just been, yeah, dressed and dressed up and dressed, redressed, and yeah. So this is your usual pattern. Is after returning from the day's activities, they hose you down and slap on a new outfit.
All right then. I will go to bathe again. 7 blessings. You'll need all 7 of them.
All right.
Oh, that may be my favorite rated quote of the entire game.
So Reyna is off to get to be readied for dinner. I don't want to say get ready because that makes it sound like it's her that's doing most of it, and it's not. And Bela is able to still find most of the hunting party, and honestly, like most of the guests, hanging out in the courtyard area, discussing the hunt or talking about what parts of the hunt are now going to be integrated into dinner, and just everyone's kind of mingling in small groups. But sure enough, you are able to spot Elia Sand.
Okay.
Before you get into that scene,
What do
I am chastising you officially for how you hijacked chat.
I,
And
I'm certain I
and
don't know what
Ash,
you're talking about.
you were absolutely. That question is exactly. Why are you like this? Okay, stop.
Does Texas have no fault divorce? I think I've asked this before, but
Yes.
There's fault.
Yes.
There's definitely fault.
But probably only for the man or
okay.
something. Like let's be real.
The stuff I hear about all the things Rusty does to annoy Felicia, I think
Weirdly,
there's grounds for cruel and unusual punishment.
that's fair. Weirdly, Westeros and Texas same marriage laws.
Yeah,
Right.
pretty similar.
Oh, no.
Pretty similar.
There's some overlap.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Sorry, I had to bring you to task for that.
Listen, some of our viewers tune in for that cutting political commentary we release every 18 games or so.
Cutting political commentary followed by dick jokes.
Old jokes a lot of times. They're not always dick jokes.
If the dick jokes are good enough for Shakespeare, they're good enough for us.
Hell yeah.
If Willie S. got away with it, we can get away with it.
Where there's a will, there's
We're
a way.
easily his equals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Okay,
I mean,
sorry,
we're
I'm done. Okay.
basically all the same. We've
I just
all
had to get that
contributed.
before we moved on to the Elia scene.
Okay. Do you feel better now?
Yes.
Bullying your husband on stream?
I did not do such
You can divorce her for that.
Shut up,
Oh
Robert.
my God.
So, you find Elia still between Marjorie Tyrell and Desmara Redwine, and like I said, they've got this sisterly linked arm thing that they're using to keep her in place, and you see them forcing her into something like a curtsy, as Sir Loris and Lord Renly take their leave, having been gossiping with the three ladies about something, and then on either side of her, Marjorie and Desmera curtsy, which forces Elia down a little into something like a curtsy. Um, and the two gallant gentlemen are away, and Marjorie kind of puts her hand on Ellie's arm and it's like telling her, you can tell she's coaching her, right, for like what she did right and what she didn't during that conversation. And then they're all kind of glancing around to see who's coming next, and they make eye contact with you, and the whole thing is turned, and there's another little curtsy, as the flanking girls curtsy effortlessly and flawlessly, and through the power of leverage, force Elia to also stumble a bit, which is almost the same thing.
Yeah, I will return the curtsy.
And you get dazzling smiles from Marjorie and Desmera, and Elia, who twists a bit and is like, Bela, get me out of here.
Save me.
Good afternoon, Lady Marjorie, Lady Desmera, Lady Elia.
Oh, you. And the other two, of course, are, we heard you did so magnificently during the hunt, and, that sort of thing.
Oh, why, thank you. It's a pleasure seeing your bright faces this afternoon after the hunt. Would you mind, however, if I had a private word with Lady Elia for a couple moments?
The two of them both kind of like lean back and glance, like to make eye contact with each other, and then they're like, yeah, like Bela will catch her if she makes a break for it. Like that's they're like, yeah, we think Bela can handle it. All right. So then they both slip their arms out, just absolutely naturally and gracefully, and eagerly clap their hands. They're like, excellent, superb. We'll be off to charm your husband while he's bereft of your lovely presence then. They swirl away in their colorful skirts, and
He's gonna blush so many shades of red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it will be very adorable.
and as they leave, Elia like she fought her way out of him, and she's like, yeah. So she,
I love Bela no selling them threatening to flirt for her husband. Like, he proposed to me in a bath of blood. You bitches got nothing.
Yeah.
you're not.
She's like,
Yeah, there's no concern at all.
Like, I know his type, and it's not you. So, then Elia is like, come, I think they're all busy. If we hurry to the stables.
We are not going to be making a getaway at this time. I'm sorry, Elia.
I should get my clothes first, not these rags.
Well, you wouldn't have them for long, as I'm sure you and I both know you'll be back into these before long.
Not if I make it to my horse. But
Well,
fine.
Elia, you wanted to be here, and unfortunately, sometimes there are unpleasant realities to the things we want.
I didn't want to be here. I wanted to come here. They told me I couldn't, and I had to show them they were wrong.
Well, on one hand, you did. You came. They were wrong, and you're here. And if you want, you could leave. And that would, you gotten everything that you wanted. You showed them wrong. But also, no one thinks that you're cut out for this either.
Right? Oh, I like where she's going with that.
oh, smart.
Right? Like,
Cut out for what? Simpering around all day and needlework? A lance is my needle.
It's true. It is. And it's also why, as a sand snake, no one expects this kind of behavior of you, right? You, no one would expect you to be able to conduct yourself in a manner like this. And if you ever should need to in the future for, sand snake activities, you may not be able to
I'm not, I'm
do
not
what you need
playing.
to do.
I'm not playing Sorella's games.
At the Sand State Ball, SandCon.
Yeah,
30,
I was trying to
whatever,
insinuate
300, whatever year it is.
underhanded trickery and such, of course, right? Like I was trying to insinuate that,
Yeah.
right? So, but that's not why I'm here. Um, I wanted to talk about a different set of growing up, and while this clothing and acting proper is maybe one set of skills that you should learn how to do for the few occasions you might need to perform adequately at it. The other,
Nymaryen and Tayin have already mastered these soft arts. I am Lady Lance, not Lady.
it, like I was saying, imagine the surprise
Sorry.
if you could do this as well. But what I'd like to talk about is your cousin Adam and how you two conduct yourselves around each other. You know,
What has he got planned for me?
in honesty, he doesn't have anything planned for you.
She
And
narrows her eyes suspiciously. Sounds like something in on it would say is her facial feature right now. Like,
yeah, and I know you're skeptical, but it's the truth, and it's because you and him don't quite operate the same way, right? Just how you and Lady Marjorie and Lady Desmera don't operate the same way.
I am the fiercest stand snake, and he is the least fierce Nymaryen.
You are a very fierce sand snake.
She tilts her chin up a bit. Like,
And there are many things Adam is supremely fierce at. But one of them is not the barbs that get tossed around easily between people. The banter that you have with Luke or other people that is lighthearted and fun, and everyone does it. Adam doesn't do that, and you have gotten to a point where your barbs have been so sharp that it has affected your actual relationship with him because of it. So let me. So you know how I'm pretty good at jousting, right? And there comes a time when facing squires and the like just isn't fair, right? When I go and travel for tournaments, I get to fight against the knights, and because that's the level I have attained in my skill. And if someone were, if I were to be faced up against some young squire, it wouldn't be a fair contest, right? And rightly everyone who would observe that would say, even though I may be a woman in the eyes of Westeros, they would see the results and know that it was not a fair joust. And likewise, when people see the two of you banter like you do, they see that this the barbs that you put out have a different effect on Adam than they do on other people who enjoy the thrill of trading that back and forth. And so I want you to think a little bit about where you place those barbs and who you trade them with and how others might see you conducting that.
Did he ask you to come talk to me?
Absolutely not. If he had known I was going to be here and doing this, he would have forbidden me from mentioning anything. But it's because of the love I have for him as a brother and the love I have for you as a cousin that I want you to rise to be your best self, and that means not abusing the power of the skill that you have attained for yourself on those that it will affect the most in the ways that you don't want it to affect that way. Because I know you care for him too, and you don't actually want him to be hurt. You would rather have a good time trading those with him, right? But for him, that's not what's happening. And so if you want to enjoy trading barbs, you should look at a different person to trade them with so that you can increase your skills more in that manner, and so that other people don't see you being cruel instead of fun and playful.
Fine. Adam is a horse I have already broken. I will ride a new one.
Yeah.
And she's like immediately looking around the courtyard for a new victim. Is the vibe that you are getting from her posture now?
All right. Well, think about that for a little bit. I know these next few days are going to be challenging for you, but perhaps you'll become an even better Lady Lance in the next couple of days, and you'll surprise even yourself.
I suppose. Just fine.
Okay, I'm proud of you, and I know that you're going to be.
She crosses her arms like defensively at that. It's like,
I know you'll
how
be.
to deal with that.
You have a bright future ahead of you, and just take it one day at a time.
I will be kinder to cousin Adam if I get to take part in the riding a few days from now. I heard Marjorie and Desmera talking about how they'd have such a fun morning of cheering on their brothers and cousins. I do not want that. I want to ride, not cheer on other riders.
Sure.
If you let me take part 2 days hence, I will be kind to Adam at least until then.
I give her a stern look, and then, okay, I will get you into the ride with us, because I know how much you love riding.
And out of character, to be clear, it's the event after a ride with the ladies is riding Quintain and such. So it's going to be some nights.
Okay, she wants to ride Quintain?
Yeah, she wants the martial stuff in
Like,
a
who
couple
would have
days.
stopped her at all?
Right, it's like it's an easy thing to say yes to here, but like
Right?
pausing to like think for a moment. Like, I actually have the authority to like do this. But
She's used to being excluded from things, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like she said, she heard what the other girls thought they were going to get to do in 2 days, and that's just like, yay, Loris, and like that's it,
Mm.
right? Like she does it. She's like, I'm not gonna be some cheerleader on the sidelines when knights are hitting stuff with sticks. Like she wants to be out there. So that's the deal that she's offering.
Okay. I am also looking forward to the Quintain events, and I think it would be excellent to see how far you've come.
Deal then.
Excellent. Okay, well, I need to wash up before dinner.
Because you
And-
also have an outfit change.
Yes, I do. And I'm sure Lady Marjorie and Lady Desmera would be thrilled to accompany you again for this evening.
The two of them are right over there, just a bit across the courtyard. Marjorie has arm in arm in Sir Balin and is listening to him talk about his story. And Desmera
All right.
is arm in arm with Oris the Aurochs.
By the way,
who
I have two
is-
silver stags on the story Balin is telling us about Bela.
Yeah. And Oris looks like you guys remember when you were fighting in against the Vulture King in Dorne, and there were these ruins that are actually now going to be rebuilt, and which was part of the letter that Rhaena got from Prince Doran, right? But there's those ruins, and there was that leaning tower. That's Oris right now. He is like stiffly and awkwardly and terrifiedly leaning away from Desmera Redwine, who
His arm
is
out.
doing the standard, like, flirtatious young lady, listening to what you have to say, etc., etc. And he's just like, if I touch her too much, they're gonna kill me for sure, right? And he's just like, I'm so scared, and is just like shying away from her, with abject terror in his eyes, because she is one of the scions of the noble houses of the Reach, and he is not. Um, but yeah, so that's the situation over there.
Okay. I will lead Elia over to them.
All right, and it is easily enough done. She doesn't make a break for it, or after all, or that sort of thing. Uh, and as you approach, Sir Balin is, in fact, and then Bela finished it off with a stab, and that's the board that we'll be
That's
having
two
for
stacks
supper.
for Luke.
And the girls ooh appropriately, and then Marjorie sees you arrive and says, "Oh, there's the lady of the hour now. I'm given to understand that we have you to thank for some of our boar this eve."
Yes, that is true. I helped take down 2 boars today, and it will be one of many, I'm sure, that will be served.
And Oris is like, "All right. Speaking of which, off to get ready for supper."
Indeed.
And he tries to.
This is the only
just
time he's
tangle
hurried to a change for supper.
And Oris was out hunting. He was just with a different group than you guys, so he does need to go get changed. And Marjorie gives him a curtsy, and or not Marjorie, Desmera gives him a curtsy, and he gives a bit of a bow. And as he's leaving, Desmera swoops in and takes Elia's arm to pin her again. But you hear Elia let out a long, breathy sigh as she watches Oris walk away. That reminds you of some of the flirtation that was going on back at Wyvern's Rest when Elia was. So, yeah. Looks like that's still a thing.
Ooh. Well, I will
She
file
only
that
started
away.
doing it to needle Adam.
May have been how it started.
Oh,
What?
Adam, you're muted.
you're muted. Yeah.
Ash, you're muted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I assumed it was just to annoy Adam, but it seems she's doing it when he's not there. So
she's a teenage girl. She's gonna have her rushes.
Girls
Just have it someone else then.
She got an orange poster above her bed somehow. Who knows where it came from?
Like, who even made that?
Yeah.
Like,
He's got long flowing hair and he's holding a big warhammer.
Yeah, so I'll
It's the Reinhardt poster is what it is.
It is the Reinhardt
it's the
poster.
Reinhardt poster. About Ash is like, no, bad. Swinging a newspaper at Elia. Like, you go fall in love with Roland Storm if you need a bastard. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here. Get
Get.
get out of here. Bad out of here.
If I'm not allowed to play with that toy, no one else can have it.
So, it seems like things went about as well as they could have with the Elia Sand conversation. She did not dramatically pull a pin from her hair and try to stab you. She didn't pull a pin from her hair and like use it to spill her own blood and swear an oath to break Adam's spirit. There was no
I had
really,
a silver stack on that.
yeah, like there was really no like super dramatic, supremely Dornish response. So, that went about as well as could have been hoped, I think. So all right, and then soon, Marjorie makes a charmingly flirtatious show of reluctance at letting you have Balin back, but then she kind of not forces a smile, but she's playing it up, and she goes, "Well, then I'll just have to trade one fierce warrior for another," and then she hooks her arm back around Elia's. And Elia kind of blushes for a second after a moment. She's like, "Wait a second."
Wow. She fought it even with Elia. She's good.
And then the two of them drag Elia off to go be flirty with someone else in the mingling courtyard crowd. And Sir Balin holds his arm out to you, and he's like, "Come, let's get the good, honest smell of horse flesh and a bit of boar blood back on me instead of that flowery water they like so much."
All right. Yeah, you don't have to ask twice. And I'll go along with them.
And then off the two of you go to get ready for dinner.
That was good chemistry today.
All right. So we know Ash is going to stay in his room over dinner. He will have some food delivered by Maester Ferris. Probably could have been a squire or something, but it gets delivered by Maester Ferris. Anybody else up to anything in particular over dinner or afterwards?
I do want to note that I believe in a conversation with Raina last session, Sir Adam Bridington agreed to speak with Lady Jane over dinner, so I just thought I would flag that up as a thing.
And he'll actually be sitting with both of the Westerling girls. You don't remember that being part of it, but you do know that Elena has gotten a little bit anxious when Jane goes and does things without her. She's been traveling with you guys for a little while now, but it's still clearly her sister that she knows the best here. It looks like Sir Adam was absolutely willing to make allowances for that, and he now has a Westerling on either side of him. Elena is talking to Septon Jim, though, who is normally the one hanging out with Sir Adam, so he's also there, and Septon Jim is telling her some sort of story that just got a very unladylike laugh from her. It looks like that little knot of people is getting along just fine.
Good.
Anyone else that you guys want to look for at dinner or check up on?
So, I was going to present Valena with the gift I've got for her and sit down for a little while, and then we're going to go to dinner as well.
Okay. let's refresh chat's memory on the gift because I think you bought it like 8 weeks ago now.
It was
Because
84
linear
months
time,
ago.
right? Yeah, because
It's been
because time.
84 years.
So Luke will return to their quarters, and he's obviously kind of in a mood because he's been arguing with his brother and sisters. Uh, but upon seeing Lady Valeda, will remember he has something to give her. My lady, if you would kindly shut your eyes, I will have a gift for you.
Luke, I've already received that.
This is a different gift. This one I purchased in Lannisport.
Oh,
I do need you to sit down, though, and hand me your leg.
are you sure it's a different gift?
I am quite sure. This one is quite different. I mean, it's not that different, but it's different.
Fine, fine.
Uh,
She has a seat on the bed and offers up one leg. She's like, "Is it a gilded unicorn horn?" She shuts her eyes. I've heard they sell such things.
uh, no, but damn. Okay, I'll look into that next time. This is something else, and I'm gonna pull out a small box. And I did not save the original description I had for this, but this is basically the same. I believe I rewrote it. It is. He puts it on her ankle. It is a basically a pair of anklets. They kind of are gold wire that wrap up the calf and then kind of latch up behind the calf muscle. It is the wires themselves are actually a pair of intertwined serpentine dragons. One is gold with emerald eyes, which are the colors of her house, yellow and green, and the other one is white gold with ruby eyes, which is represents the silver and the ruby of our house. And he puts both on her. I could not find a good image to represent this, but
Yeah, but it sounds neat when you describe it. Like it's always like
Give,
cool.
give me a
Uh,
bit of time. I'll try and draw it for you.
wow, yeah, definitely feel free. If you would not mind wearing these, I would appreciate it. You can open your eyes now.
yeah, she like melodramatically squints her eyes back open, right? Like you do. She goes, Luke, they're lovely. I should probably still wear something else to dinner, though.
You don't have to.
I think I do.
If you have anything that will show the leg and the ankles off, I think that'd be fantastic.
I was careful to leave such things at home for this trip.
Well, then I think your armor is also fine. Whatever you wear, I don't understand the intricacies of you warrior ladies.
But I will wear them proudly beneath my dress this evening. And you can check after dinner and make sure I did so.
I will. If you ask my sisters, I have trust issues, so that makes sense.
Don't worry, I have. She's never really told you how much she has talked to Bela and Reyna.
Yeah, I
Bela and
realize
Reyna
it's a
I've never really told you that either.
big blind spot. And I'll just kind of nod, and we were fighting again. Dinner for now. We'll worry about it later.
Dinner after we clean. So yeah, you guys are able to bathe, everybody gets changed, and yada yada yada, and then off to
Yeah,
dinner.
I don't have a specific outfit for Luke, but he's gonna wear his finest silks and robes and.
Yeah,
dress up.
you guys have fancy
Fancy
outfits
outfits.
prepared, and yeah.
Yeah, I made sure that we had outfits ready.
All right.
Yeah. That's me. That's what I want to do. And then at dinner, I don't have anything specific I'm going to do. I'm going to be there to show that I'm not in a bad mood. I'm here participating.
I'm not in a bad mood.
If I was in a bad mood, would I be drinking this much and chewing this hard?
Yeah,
No.
would I? No. Jerks. If people was talk to me, I am there. But yeah, I'm making a show. So.
So anything else? Any particular dinner plans? Any family members or soon-to-be family members that people are looking for at dinner,
It's not
or
Elia
trying or
here.
trying to seat together at dinner, or anything like that.
Oh, I'm gonna migrate toward the Elia too, because I want to see anything that happens.
Is Aunt Elia here?
Uh, you don't see her anywhere. No,
Do
Oh,
I see Davin?
don't see him anywhere either.
that can be very good or very
Oh, no,
bad.
she's killed him. And fled.
Yeah, 50-50, I say. She's fucked him or she's killed him, or both.
Oh no. We'll let that ride. um, and I will.
I mean, you did make them hang out like half the day,
I did.
so
I was hoping that would help, and maybe it did.
Maybe it did.
Or maybe it went real bad.
The
Or
family
Luke
that's
will be
least
very
together stays
pleased.
together. Sorry, I talked over
Oh,
you there.
no. I said, or Luke will be very pleased.
I actually missed what you said, Ash. What was it?
I said the family that slays together stays together.
Oh.
Potentially.
But yeah, no, I know it's not. I don't think it's a universal truth or anything. I just thought it was amusing.
I'm not holding you to like 50 episodes from now. You motherfuckers said. And look what happened.
promised.
You promised us.
Oh.
All right. Anyone else that folks are on the lookout for? Elia is at dinner, seated next to Desmera and Marjorie. They are not actively wrestling with her at the dinner table, but they are occasionally correcting something about how she eats. Basically, if she eats too much like a people, they get upset. They're like, "No, dainty small bites." She's like, "But the men will eat all the ribs before I'm done with this one," and, right?
Damn
Like
right.
it's that. So she's like, "I'm used to having to fight for my food. I got so many sisters, right?" So it's that sort of thing where they're like, "No, no," but yeah. So they're trying to teach her some table manners, is what you see.
Telling you, all seven.
Is Mr. Ferris around?
At dinner, yes. He will be. I envision kind of a maester's table. They don't normally have, because like they're normally just kind of standing ominously everywhere to watch over their lords. But
Hmm.
it's High Garden and it's a party, so they're letting them sit down and have some food and stuff.
I'm going to approach the Maester's table. Mr. Ferris, a word, please.
Maester Lomas is with him, and you think Maester Lomas might be why there is a table. He is a wizened old man, much like your grandfather's Maester back home, the one that didn't travel.
That I will address him as kind of the head of the table, and I will greet him politely.
But yeah, he is
Excuse
the
me, Maester.
Maester here at House Tyrell, and you suspect he's why they've got chairs and stuff. They're like, we go.
Is it Mr. Elston that's the Wyvern Dress Maester?
Yes, yeah. Maester Elston is your wizened old Maester.
Yeah, he's getting replaced by Ferris. Ferris is up and coming.
By wizened, or just talking normal old, or like Pycelle old?
A few years older than your grandfather old.
Oh wow, okay. So
That's like Pycelle old.
not ancient, but old. Okay.
Yeah.
Elderly, venerable.
Yeah, I will greet him politely and ask if I may speak with Mr. Ferris.
In chat, I just put a link in our Discord chat to an image of Maester Lomas.
Oh.
His growing strong days are behind him, right? So unfortunately, I can't just share an image with stream chat, but
I'll get it on the
Still-
stream. Just give me a few
He
minutes.
still looks friend-shaped.
so he's he's a little old guy, and he of course, and he kind of looks at Mr. Ferris, and Mr. Ferris stands up. He says, "Oh, no problem. You stay seated and finish the blood pudding." So Mr. Ferris takes a few polite steps away from you, or with you.
Maester Ferris, I noticed you were approaching and we were arguing earlier. I hope the things you may have overheard will stay private.
Sir Lucaris, I am certain that you mean no offense, but I would remind you of the table you found me supping at, sir.
Maester is sworn to the keep and realm they are serving. Yes, I. Very well. I just wanted to confirm that. Our passions may have gotten away from us, and we were perhaps not as settled quite as we should have been.
He just looks at you with, like, mild neutrality.
Very well. I will not question your oaths. I'll give him a little polite bow. Then you have on my word as a knight. It is done.
Back to supping, then.
Indeed.
Gives you a little nod, and
Yeah, that's. I just wanted to make sure he was cool. We were saying some pretty inflammatory stuff, so.
I mean,
Yeah. I got the image up on
Okay.
the stream.
Not so worried
Yeah.
about Luke, but others. But yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the best I could expect from him. And okay, very well.
yeah, and that's like the image of him isn't super central to the scene or whatever. Just like I said, he's an old dude. He's a little old guy. So yeah, and honestly, like that image isn't like super bad to use for Maester Elston back home either. Like they are cut from the same cloth.
Long lost twin.
Yeah, just you know, the little old bookish guys. Yeah, the to be clear, the exact note I have next to Maester Elston in my campaign notes is once a Riverlander of House Goodbrook, comma space, ancient. So there you go. That is his official age bracket. Is ancient. But yeah, so that's you suspect that the oddity of Highgarden having their own little table and stuff is so that their maester doesn't have to stand as much. It's just them being kind. So any other dinner plans? Anyone else that people are looking for? Anyone else that people are looking is missing? Any gossipy asking squires and handmaidens where they last saw anybody, or right, just any other dinner times politicking going on?
Um,
I'm good.
Mostly, Raina is. I mean, I'm gonna pick out like everybody in the family that I know, that's here, and like do the visual checks on them, and then when that, like, I assume grandfather and Lady Eleanor.
Yeah, they're up there, right next to Lord Mace and his wife. Yeah, they're up at the super fancy pantsy table, which is also where you're sitting, Raina. You and Willis are up there as firstborn. You are up there with them, the kind of co-hosts.
Well, that makes it easy to keep an eye on everybody.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, there's Balin, there's Balin. That's good. And I just went blank on her name. Starts with a V.
Velena?
Valena.
All right, you're doing a great job making Luke feel welcome and loved by the family. Good job.
I always forget her name because it sounds like every other V name we have.
You will notice that Sir Roland Storm and Sir, well, he's not a Sir yet. You guys haven't gotten him knighted. But Sir Roland Storm and Damon Sand are sitting and talking with the Strongboar and Oris. Suspect they might just be asking about serving the house and that sort of thing. Or they're just sword bros, who knows?
Sword bros. Sword bros.
Just some sword bros, cross the swords.
So, all right. Anybody else getting scoped out in particular?
Mm.
Going once.
Is there somebody I'm supposed to be looking for? Have I
No,
forgotten
I'm
someone
just.
again?
I don't know. I don't know.
He just doesn't want to change scenes and get
I
shit because
don't
he
want
changed
to.
scenes too early.
Yeah, like
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I had, I stated my kind of plans to like seek out Ferris after
yeah,
dinner, but like,
yeah.
but yeah, like not, yeah, there's nothing that I can affect at this exact point.
Ferris is gonna be like, oh, let's get this again.
Um,
I
and you
mean,
will not
that's
be
not what
seek-
Adam's going to be bringing up, but okay.
yeah. And you will
Okay,
not be
fair,
seeking
fair.
out Mr. Ferris. Mr. Ferris is bringing you some dinner. So it'll be easy. I'm just making sure we're done here before I advance the timeline past dinner.
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah. No,
Right.
I just wanted to kind of make sure I was being
Yep.
clear and that, yeah.
Rossi, I've had the same brand as a GM. I get it.
Yeah.
All right then.
Go right ahead.
Neither of the twins are speaking up. Luke's not
Yeah, I
saying
don't-
anything. No. Our next cut is Mr. Ferris bringing a plate of food. So Adam, you get a knock on your door.
Yeah, he will drag himself up from his bed, which has just been probably languishing on, and answer the door.
And it is sure enough Mr. Ferris, and he's got a heaped plate of food. He didn't bring a tray of food, but like he put a bunch extra on a plate, and is just standing at the door. And
Oh, I forgot. Raina said she was going to send something up. Thank you. Come in.
imbalanced humors are often the result of an imbalanced diet, and I'm not certain that you've had anything to eat since lunch. So here, and there's like a desk and a table. There's plenty of
Yeah.
fancy furniture. So
Yeah,
he kind of
yeah.
around.
Adam will kind of like shove his kind of papers and stuff to one side because it would be kind of covered in them.
Yeah, he just sits down. It's leftovers from the feast. Some grilled leeks and some fried potatoes, and he managed to get you a couple of ribs from one of the boars, which he might have had to fight somebody for. But then again, there were lots of boars. But yeah, so it's just a heaped, just leftovers.
Thank you. I haven't really felt like eating, but I will try and have some. This was thoughtful. Thank you.
If you need some sweet sleep, I'm not above sharing a grain or two if it is needed. Though for one of your slight build, I would not suggest a larger dose than that.
I think I will, actually, if you don't mind.
And yeah, sweet sleep is not a terribly uncommon use for getting a good night's sleep. So
I just imagine modern AU Adam popping like Benadryl, so he falls asleep before he texts all his exes.
Right?
I think that maybe like take an Ambien or something.
Yeah, like okay, let's hope one of these kicks in before the other.
So, how was it? The dinner was everything all right?
oh, it was fine. Just everyone speaking very carefully around everyone else, and a few folk bragging about what they brought to the table today.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Were my siblings all right?
They are fine.
Good. Thank you.
Of course.
I'm sorry about what Owen heard earlier. That was not dignified of us.
I'm given to understand that Maester Elston has seen all four of you in far less dignified circumstances. Something about swaddling clothes and diapers, I recall him having mentioned a few
Oh,
times.
well, yes, he rather does have the advantage having known us all since we were babies.
He'd pull out the baby photos.
He rather has the edge on everyone else for having seen us at our most embarrassing.
Indeed. So, I merely consider this a welcome end to the larger service of the Warden of the Stoneway.
That's a nice way of looking at it, I suppose. But I shall endeavour to ensure that doesn't happen again. I feel quite ashamed of my outburst. Even one admittedly smaller than my brother's.
I would simply suggest that if such outbursts are going to occur again, it may be best if they occur in one of your rooms instead of a hallway.
Well, yes, that would normally be my preferred method of having an outburst. Unfortunately, I was accosted on the road home, shall we say.
Of course, I cannot keep the secrets of House Nymaryen if they're being hurled from sibling to sibling in the hallways of Highgarden.
I understand. And honestly, I didn't even really expect you to keep a secret about it. Certainly, there seems to be no secret I can have that will not somehow reach my grandfather's or Lady Olena's ears, so I'm kind of starting to no longer see the point in keeping secrets.
I am given to understand that most such secrets would travel no farther than the ears of your grandfather or the Lady Olena. I believe that they are where secrets stop, rather than where they start.
Well, I suppose that's something. Um, there's some secrets I'm just sort of kind of tired of keeping, you know?
I do.
So, yeah. But anyway, I'm going to try and not make it other people's problem. Of course, I say that now and then I expect to fail at that, as usual.
Like, immediate jump cut to slightly inebriated Adam the next day, wearing leggings with Lucy on the ass, and I'm gonna be a problem.
Yeah. For personal reasons, I decided to become worse.
Yeah. Like, um, sorry, just couldn't resist that immediate jump cut. But yeah,
This is where we need the Arrested Development narrator.
yeah. But yeah, Mr. Ferris just shakes his head and says, "The problems of House Nymaryen and the Blood Royal are mine now by lifelong oath. Uh, you needn't feel as though you can't talk to me."
I appreciate that. It's good to know who I can talk to.
You've got a high enough awareness score. I'll give you this one for free. He blushes a little.
Oh my. That's right. I'm not keeping you from something, am I?
No.
Sweet sleep preparation aside.
There's blessed little to prepare. I just simply add a small pinch to a drink.
I haven't needed it for years now. Not since the accident. I think this might be the first time I'm taking it for non-physical pain.
Hurt is hurt, Adam. And there's no shame in treating it.
That's a kind way of looking at it.
If one reads through the histories of the warring kings of Westeros and the scandals that often led to conflicts, one could probably make an argument, in fact, that broken hearts have killed more people than any other such ailment.
You know what? You're not wrong. I've thought similarly myself, but I didn't really think to apply it to my own trivial flailings.
Well, I hope we shan't soon be seeing House Nymaryen split into greens and blacks. No.
Oh no, I don't think so. I'm sure things will. I'm sure things will work out eventually. Reyna and Bela are sensible. They'll have a word with Luke, and if we can't make peace, we can at least make civility. That wasn't really what I meant, though. But that's it is weighing on me. That's true. Sorry. I'm finding myself just now like about to talk to you, like you said I could, and then stopping myself because I don't want to be a bother.
If you don't want to, you needn't. Just wanted you to know that you could.
You. Like it's kind of like sense like he kind of wants to, but like out of character, I also don't want to hold things up.
If you'd like, we could just say you converse with Maester Ferris late into the night.
I mean, probably not late into the night, but yeah, I think Adam might spill his guts a bit.
Okay. Maester Ferris will listen intently, and I'm assuming said gut spilling has to do with Lynn Corbray.
Yeah.
As well.
Like,
okay.
Yeah, like primarily, like I think the kind of this. Yeah, like it'll probably go like via the argument itself and everything it entailed to getting more specific to the letter and not really understanding what happened and being upset.
I wonder, Adam, if I might offer some less than maesterly advice. That is to say, not anything from a manual written in decades past. Something of a more personal and practical nature. He's not meeting your eyes while like he's clearly nervous about this part.
If you think it'll help, and if you're not going to be putting yourself in distress to tell me, then your wisdom and counsel would be valuable.
At the Citadel, short dalliances are not entirely unheard of among students. And I had one such myself that needed to be cut short because exams were coming up and neither of us could afford a distraction. At the time, it was still quite hurtful for any such relationship to be cut short. But with the distance of even a few weeks, to say nothing of years since, it's become increasingly clear that we made the right decision. Perhaps that is also the case with Sir Lin and yourself. And perhaps, over time, your pain will also lessen. I hope.
Well, I hope so too.
Quick out-of-character reminder, women are not allowed at the Citadel.
Yeah, I know.
But that would mean...
For what it's worth, I'm sorry that happened to you. although it sounds perhaps more mutual and amicable.
It was not at the time, he says with a bit of a rueful smile.
Oh,
But, again, in time, of course, we were to be assigned to different houses for the remainder of our lives. Having continued to distract one another through exams would have made no grand difference in the arc of our lives, but whenever a relationship ends, it is painful, even if it's the right thing.
hmm. That's very wise, and not very far from some things Bela said to me on the way down here. When I similarly spilled my guts about this. Clearly, once was not enough.
I think your sister is smarter than she lets on.
Oh, definitely. She might
Not
actually
Ray.
be, she might actually be the smartest Nymaryen. I'm not. I'm between you and I.
Not the Lady Reyna. She quite lets on. But yes, Bela is not as simple as I think she shows the realm.
I think with Bela, because she is a military tactician and strategist, she's probably better than most at thinking about long-term things, about not the immediate move in front of you, but the 5 moves ahead. And I think she can apply that to non-military things to great effect. She certainly, while Reyna has been kind and supportive, I think Bela was the one the person I've actually been able to kind of be honest with the most. She's very sweet. And I definitely needed that. And well, thank you for listening and being kind and for sharing your experience.
He just blushes a little bit again and then stands up and bows to take his leave.
And thank you for this week's sleep.
He just gives a nod.
Good night, mister.
He stammers out just a bit a good night of his own, and then takes his leave.
So, yeah, Adam is going to have a bit of the food. He's still not feeling like eating, but he will make himself eat a bit to not die. And only after he's kind of done with the food will he have the drink of sweet sleep and go to bed.
You get a small dose of sweet sleep. It is not the lethal dose that he has tricked you into taking. He is not a nefarious poisoner.
Yeah.
I just remembered, sorry, because I was looking it up. It's, the small dose that you have, you'll have a minor penalty on cunning tests until it's out of your system, which is to say by morning, right? But the way it's priced is sweet sleep, a few grains, dash. A pinch of sweet sleep is 120 silver stags. Three pinches of sweet sleep is 360 silver stags. So I'm just picturing every maester going to the maester pharmacy going, I need grains. I need grains.
Yes.
I need grains. Right? And just buying the free sample over and over again until they build up.
Sorry, zombie maker wants grains.
Yeah, I'm just that's not really how pharmaceutical presses work. You don't just get the smallest dosage completely for free, and
Yeah.
then go from grains to a pinch with a jump of 120 silver stacks. Like,
Yeah,
it was,
that's like that feels like
yeah,
almost like a mistake on the table to me. That's just
yeah.
bizarre.
It's just one of those things that it tickles me when
Yeah, I'm thinking that's
some
probably
games do
going like
that.
yeah. It kind of strikes me as that's like half dose, like average dose and lethal dose, probably.
Yeah. But anyways, it
We'll
just
call it 60 stacks.
it just tickles me. Picturing somebody going to their sweet sleep dealer on the corner and like, you give me some grains. All right, give me some more. All right, give me some more. And he's like, man, this is a pinch by now. He's like, shut up, union rules, right? And like they're just insisting on this price. Um, but yeah, there's no lasting effects to like one night of sweet sleep.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're all good. Um, and you
There isn't
feel
like a. It's not one of the habit forming ones, so I don't think I need to roll for like addiction or anything.
it is, but not to the extent
Oh, is it?
of yeah of
Okay.
other ones. It's all good.
It's just like
I
people
read up
who take morphine for pain. It's not
well,
addiction.
It is basically a
uh,
form of. It is like
yeah,
milk of the poppy is morphine, basically.
and
Yeah,
this is
and it's
less
not.
than that. But
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like diazepam or something.
yeah, I did have a Song of Ice and Fire character that was addicted to sweet sleep, but that's because his hands were terribly broken, and he was in
Oh,
constant agony.
that sucks.
But yeah, uh,
Don't feel
so
too bad. He was Rich's Croesus and had a couple of
listen,
really good kids.
it was a wealthy house, so he was able to keep his sweet sleep habit just fine. Um, but you are all set. A little bit of sweet sleep. You're able to get a good night's sleep. Everything is fine. And let's go ahead and take our break and then pick up with a ride with the ladies when we get back. So we will jump to
Okay.
the next morning
Why now?
as the group is assembling and everybody is dressed in pretty clothes to go riding on pretty horses with pretty ladies and pretty countryside.
Pretty,
So
pretty,
we
pretty.
will be back in a few minutes. All right, we are back. Well, why are you throwing up gang signs? What the hell? Quit it. Gonna get us all killed.
Those of us that know
It's a
know what
W
you
for
meant.
weapon rest.
It
Yeah.
was just
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
fucking
what's the
demons all the
rose?
time, and you don't care.
Um, so, we are back. All is well. And we will pick
Do-
up the next
Donate
beautiful
bits
day.
if you think Raina shouldn't throw gang signs in chat.
Yes. No.
She should stop alienating our East Coast followers.
And yet, West is best. So I mean, what are we gonna do? We're in a hard place, in a rock, stuck. That
That's-
makes sense. Don't look at me like I said it the way I said it.
Those are all words from a saying. Yes,
Those are all words from saying yes.
that is correct.
You know, English word order is very flexible if you want to get into it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, we are moving on to the next beautiful morning here in the Reach. And once again, you guys are out in the courtyard, not far from the stables, and everyone is making a big show of getting saddled up and ready and going for a ride and smooching their sweetheart goodbye, except this time it's all the ladies that are on the horses and the men that are kind of laughingly, jokingly waving goodbye with a handkerchief and stuff like that. They're like, everyone's kind of having fun with it. That all the girls are the ones leaving the castle, going on an expedition today, and yeah, they're kind of reversing that. So yes, the only exceptions that were made are for the bride's family, Luke and Adam. You two will be the only fellas out here today. Even Sir Balin Swan is being left at the keep to bro down with the homies, and
So-
they're just gonna hang out all day.
Missing the bro down. Shit.
Look, just because I'm fancy and he has long hair doesn't make us ladies, right?
We're more flexible than most. Let's just admit that.
Nah, nah, nah.
Speak for yourself.
Then I will. Luke is going to be basically in his half-plate armor because his excuse is he's nominally supervising as a knight.
Okay. It's just fine and allowed.
Actually, probably won't be in half-plate. I'll be in my chainmail under my regular clothes. So, or in one of the layers.
So my outfit's right there. Oh shit, that's
just-
gonna be well past by the time you guys
Just-
see it.
I knew there was a thing.
And hey, Gwen, good to see you. Yes, the Reach ladies that you have come to know and expect are present. The lady Valena Toland is here and has decided to take part in this ride with the ladies. Perhaps to be the only one there with her betrothed and just kind of have something up on these snooty Reach bitches. But yeah, like she has decided to take part. That said, she is not wearing armor, but she's in like Dornish leathers. Not in, Reach maiden clothes riding side saddle, or whatever.
Boys, get you a woman who can do both.
But yeah, then we're just gonna kind of go down the list of folks who are present, right? Janna Fossaway, which is like Willis's aunt, one of the daughters or the youngest daughter of Lady Olenna, right? She's kind of the head lady in charge in this, as being the blood of Lady Olenna that directly. And then the ladies, Lady Mina Redwine, and her daughter Desmera, the Lady Bethany Rowan, formerly of House Redwine, but wed to House Rowan, right? Who is a niece of Lady Olenna. Young Lady Alysain Bulwer, the Lady Olenna's current ward and project, one of several. The Lady Iris of House Karen in the Stormlands. And then it's down to the not quite ladies. Marjorie Tyrell, Mary Crane, Serena Lannister, Jane and Elena Westerling, Ludviga Lucas, Alla Eleanor, and Mega Tyrell. And then it comes down to player character's choice with a couple. Was Alyssane Mormont invited for the dainty riding day with the ladies? And
She
this is
was
basically Reyna's thing. Like, it comes down to,
invited.
okay,
Okay, it's up to her whether she wants to go or not.
okay.
Because I know
So,
she's not super fond of all this riding around in the heat or in the.
or just riding, period. But
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, riding
So-
without a purpose is definitely not her thing.
So she was invited but not insisted,
Right.
right? That type of thing? Okay. She will not be present then.
Right. Now, I know she was. The hunt was okay, but the hawking was really disappointing
Not
for her.
quite her style. And yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She really prefers a ride where she can skin change into a bear and go hunt a shadow
totally
cat
fine.
or something.
That might not be a good idea if like someone else rides past and thinks she's an actual bear, and then hunts her.
And
They will die probably, but it's fair.
Like, yeah, you will kill me, but at what cost?
Aunt Elia of House Sandstorm,
Oh,
was she invited to this dainty
of
riding
course.
with the ladies?
But again, she got the same kind of. I understand if you don't want to, kind of thing.
She's coming.
Okay.
You get the impression that she wouldn't have agreed 2 days ago, but after yesterday's discussion, she has decided to come along for some entirely unmalicious reason.
She said unmalicious.
Yeah, totally innocent reason. It's not because she's being treated like a dainty Westerosi lady or anything like that that's got her spitefully socializing with dainty Westerosi ladies. Everything's fine. It's all good. Joy Hill. Did you invite the little bastard girl?
Yes.
Okay. It's not a given in Westeros.
And
It's
she
more
loves
of a
to
given.
ride.
It's more of a given in Dorne, but it's not entirely a given. She will mostly be hanging out with the Westerling girls then, because they've traveled together for some time. And then, an in-character dispute. Shortly after the party leaves and is waved away by the men who are standing, in the courtyard waving with hankies and stuff like that, and just
Hamming
kind
it
of
up.
playing it up, and
I will jokingly say goodbye to Balin.
he will look up at you and gravely say, "Look after my sister, Luke. Bring her home safely."
My sister.
Or, sorry, look after your sister. Bring her home safely. Like you guys are riding off to war and leaving the other men behind. You only get to go. You guys only get to go because you're Dornishmen.
She's a delicate thing, but I'll do what I can, Balin.
Lord Beric snorts and says, "Do what you can to survive the day after calling her delicate."
I'm gonna point to my armor and nod.
Wearing armor.
And then you guys are off, and you get about a minute away, and you hear a rider approaching from behind at a gallop, a catching up to you quickly
Elias
gallop,
Sand.
and it is Elia Sand. She is dressed in Reach Maiden dresses, but has them hiked up because she's not riding side saddle. So she like girded her loins in order to get on her big black horse and ride it like normal. And she is riding at chase speeds. And back at the keep, you do see a couple figures milling around on horses, and you can make out Willis holding the reins of one and keeping them from leaving just yet. Like, you guys are clearly being watched to see which way you're going to wave. Like, yes, send knights to take her home, or waving them off like it's fine.
I wave them off.
Okay.
I
So,
I would have mentioned to Raina earlier about the conversation and had said that things seemed positive, but we'll see.
so she comes racing up, uh, riding hard and making, excellent time, because that's what she does. And she has a defiant look on her face. But you've all got high enough awareness that you can tell she is like fighting not to cry.
Oh
Like,
no.
she's ready to be upset if she is told she could not come.
I'm going to approach her on horse.
And then she, jerks her reins kind of dramatically and stops and is like looking kind of defiantly towards people.
My apologies, my lady. We seem to have left without you. Please join us.
And then she kind of nods to Luke and then looks past him towards Reyna and Bela and waits.
Yeah, there's a. Come on.
And then she gives a matter-of-fact nod, like she's entirely certain that was completely how this was going to go down. And she falls into the ranks.
All right, that was not what I thought. I thought Aunt Ellie was gonna be shoving somebody off their horse or something.
Nope. All right then. Let's get to some socializing. You guys are basically on a guided tour of just riding in a new direction under Aunt Jenna Fossaway. You guys have taken a couple different routes out from Highgarden, and she takes you guys on a southerly route, because you rode up to the River Mander, and then you came from the north, and and this is not the wooded areas for hunting, or the very, very lightly wooded areas for hawking, because you need some like brush for animals to live in to then be hawked, but this is the ripe and rolling hills of the Reach. It's going to be a very like easy ride over very gentle terrain, that's just grassy lands, and much of them are filled with like wheat and stuff like that. So it's beautiful scenic countryside that is wide open terrain, so that there's no dangers at all on the ride. You're not going through woods that are going to fuck with your hair, right? Like, you're not riding through underbrush that has twigs that'll snarl your dress. It's big open terrain, and this is a social ride. Yeah, the ladies are just kind of milling about. They're still in the exchanging pleasantries phase, with everyone complimenting one another's riding outfit, and ooh, how practical! Because it's like, ooh,
Practical sounds like a dig.
these are your rugged outdoorsy North Face outfits, right? Or what? You're like, it's still completely appropriate, wealthy white person wear, right? But it's for going outside in.
I thought like how practical sounded kind of like one of those sort of sly.
No,
like, insults.
they actually mean it as a compliment of like,
Right.
ooh, look at your rugged garb. You're
'Cause,
so.
the kind of thing of like you're implying that their clothes are shabby or something.
Yes. And
Like,
under
what-
any
what
other
charm-
under
what
any
charm-
other
What charming antique furniture you have.
under any other circumstances, practical would probably be an insult between some of these ladies. But this is them calling still wildly impractical and fancy clothes. They're practical, so. But yeah, so there are just lots of little pleasantries being exchanged. Um,
Adam will, of course, be like effusively complimenting people's outfits. Sincerely, but
Yeah.
yeah.
um,
Roll for cattiness.
so Marjorie and Desmera go riding to Elias Sand, um, who physically swats Marjorie's hand away when Marjorie reaches to like put a hand on her arm and like, you look so flustered and blah. She's like, psh, no, you will not touch me
Unhand
today.
me, wench.
This is, I am in the I am in the saddle and I know precisely what to do. You need not worry. Go, enjoy your girls.
That's one way of putting it.
And looks all like kind of just defiant. And Marjorie stubbornly reaches out and puts a hand on her arm, and she says, "I was simply going to compliment you on the speed with which you caught up to us. I don't think another woman here could have possibly uh, raced to reach us so quickly." And like Marjorie's determined to be courtly and complimentary and stuff, and she manages it. Uh, which leaves Elia looking mildly chastised. She does not apologize or anything like that, but you can tell that she might feel a little bit bad for hitting Marjorie Tyrell. For no reason. But yeah, so there's that.
Oh, my cousin.
We literally can't take her anywhere.
So,
Marjorie, I just want to say, Marjorie is doing 12 out of 10 to try to be nice with her.
We should really get her a gift after this.
Yeah, maybe just like give her a fat stack of gold.
Wow.
so who is paying particular attention to whom, and or wants to go riding with whom, and that sort of thing? Let's go start with Reyna. It's her day. Just kidding. It's like her week. Just kidding. It's Elena Tyrell's week, but it's nominally Reyna's week.
She's allowing Reyna to have a little thing.
So, Reyna, who you paying attention to, and who do you want to go socialize with? And is that the same to?
Initially, she was paying attention to Adam and Luke because this is the first time she's seen them in proximity with each other since the big argument.
Okay.
And since they seem to be not interacting with each other at all, I mean that's fine. But they're just kind of avoiding each other. It looks like they're on opposite sides of the pack, you know.
Seems that way.
All right. So then, just this cousin Elia, you mentioned she was like almost tearful.
She looked like she was going to be very hurt if she was sent away. And here's my thought: is I'm trying to remember what it was like to be a self-centered teenager, which is hard for me. Felicia,
So hard for him.
so hard.
Is it, Rusty?
But here's the thing: is riding is her thing, and her punishment for riding is being ladylike became her thing this week. And this event is riding while ladylike, and she was told not to come. Probably because they were just worried about putting her on a horse. Like, who knows where she'll go, right? But yeah, like it looked like she was like, look, you said I needed to hang out with these women, and then I got told I couldn't hang out with these women because we were gonna go riding, which is my thing. Like, she was ready to be very hurt at further exclusion. But like she wasn't crying as she left the keep because like somebody was mean or nothing like that. You could just tell that it meant a lot to her what your answer was going to be to her stubbornly coming along. Is that making sense?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Well, then I'm not too worried. I thought something might have happened, but it did not. So.
No, if
Not
somebody
yet.
had said something hurtful to her back at High Garden, she would not ride away from them, right? Like she'd be like, she's be like, nobody here but us men. Let's fucking go, right? And she start swinging or something. So yeah.
Yep. Being the youngest must suck.
Who is that to?
Aunt Elia.
Okay, because I'm just saying, because Elia Sand is not the youngest.
I thought she was.
No, she is square in the middle. There are 4 sisters older than her, 3 sisters younger than her.
She's the youngest of the group we've been interacting with on a regular basis.
Right.
She has younger sisters.
Yeah, but she's actually, in a way, the oldest, in that she is the oldest daughter he has with his paramour, Ilaria. There we go, Ilaria. Yeah, the one that like you meet on the show.
Yeah.
She is his oldest with her. All the rest were one-off bitches.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
I just want to say, bitches was Rusty's term, not the Red Viper's term.
Because he picks dangerous women.
But yeah, she is the oldest of the 4 that are his daughters by Ilaria Sand.
Well, then
but
forget it.
She is the youngest that you guys have interacted with. The rest are actually still children. I think Obella's like fucking 9 or something. Let me look. She is. All right, no, she's like 12. So the next youngest is 12, but then the other 2 I know are single-digit kiddos.
Yeah, they go all the way up to being about ages with the twins, I think.
The oldest is a lot older. Obara Sand. She's like 30.
Alright, I thought she was about the same age as Raina and Bella. Okay.
Nope. Anyways, it's all good though. We're fine.
It doesn't matter. I was wrong. So, I won't make that comment, but I will.
Okay.
I do want to drift on Elia.
Aunt Elia is riding with. Okay, so Elia Sand is going to try and drift in her direction also, but Aunt Elia is riding with Mary Crane and laughing at some ribald joke.
We like Mary.
We like Mary, but also Mary.
You make way bigger a deal out of it than anyone else does.
Yes, this is accurate.
Well, Raina will try to join that, and be like, Aunt Elia, I'm glad you decided to come.
All right. I could make a really off-color joke, but I don't know Westerosi slang for orgasms, so I can't go there. Just like, damn, just immediately right there. The
cup runneth over.
Yeah. But Elia will just give a smile and say, well, if I'm to be married off like a Westerosi girl from the north, I figure I might as well ride with Westerosi girls from the north.
Ooh, the stink on that.
And she says it with like a smile.
Okay.
But yeah.
She doesn't look super upset by that idea right now.
You treat me like a bitch, I'm gonna act like a bitch, is what I got from that.
I didn't hate that deck, I guess I'll keep it.
I did. She just, I didn't want to miss a ride through the countryside with the other brood mares. And she's saying like really shitty stuff, but like without that spite in it. Like it's a weird tone. Like she's probably just kind of saying it to piss you off. That's it.
Okay, well, she's not gonna get my goat this week. I decided. So I will just smile. Well, I am very glad, for whatever reason, that you chose to ride with us today.
What's your awareness at? It's pretty high.
If you're gonna stab you.
It's always a risk with Dornish women.
Okay,
I have an
pretty
awareness
good.
Yeah,
of 4.
that's what
I have
makes it
bonus
fun.
dice in empathy and notice.
Okay, yeah, that's worked. You pulled up to conversational distance, right? In that sort of like, hey, I'm not invading your space. I'm here to talk to you on horseback while we're riding. Uh, Elia and Mary are much closer than that. Like, they're riding side by side close.
Are they like? Do they have like their
And
heads together,
and
or are they
no,
touching their knees every now and then?
nothing.
Dear fanfic.
They're pretty close. They're pretty close. So just as you say, for whatever reason, you decided to accompany us. You see Mary smirk a little bit, and the two of them just keep riding and don't like. She doesn't give a less shitty answer than the broodmare joke. But
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
What are you thinking?
She seduced Mary last night.
Oh,
yeah. For the record, what I was smirking at you for over our break, Felicia, is you did not notice that Mary Crane was missing, along with Aunt Elia and Davin Lannister.
oh, oh,
Oh, wait.
whoa!
Oh.
So that was what you missed in your.
That's
Wait,
even
where was the
better.
whole room? This must be his fault somehow.
This is even better than that.
So
Oh,
yeah,
well,
so those two are riding pretty close together and looking a little smug at the world. That said, it's not unusual for those two in particular on this trip to go looking a little smug at the world in their own way.
Right.
You know, so maybe nothing happened.
I remember Mary's letter. She was hinting at this from the beginning.
She has
She
been
gets what
pretty
she
flirty. She has been pretty flirty with the Dornish women in your life.
she has.
It's pretty normal for women I'm like, so.
Yeah, I mean, like, now that I think about it, like, I've only ever seen Mary flirt with women. You know, like, where, like, Miranda, like, flirts with the guys. Mary, like, I think, because she flirted with Bela at King's Landing.
She
Right in front of her brother.
she makes flirting comments at Luke's expense around Dornish women. Right? So it's like, who's she actually flirting with here? Wait, why did she want to move to Wyvern's Rest? Wait, what did
Yeah,
Luke ruin for us all? Yeah.
And then invited Bela to come to Essos and become a sellsword.
Yeah.
And Parma's like, yeah, not even paying attention.
You know,
Exactly.
you don't need men. We'll just us girls.
Gal pals, roommates.
Yeah, gal pals. Just don't kiss them. It's fine.
So yeah,
Oh my god, they were roommates.
you're pretty sure that happened. And that Elia being on this ride is kind of Mary's joke at your expense for telling Elia that she had to marry somebody, you know, that type of thing. So,
She's acting out.
It sounds like she fucked Mary Crane out of spite.
She's spot you.
Okay.
I mean, there are worse motivations, I guess.
I'm not calling them out, but I am shooting a look towards Bela.
Noted.
Winkies.
I love how Eric was like, I wasn't there. She's like,
I'm bragging into this.
yeah,
Never been so insulted in my life.
like Balin and I were in our quarters. Thank you. Like,
That one there wrote me into this. That one there wrote me into this.
No, I
Could have
just
knocked on our
want
door. All I'm saying.
What?
so are you going to? So are you gonna drift through the pack a little
Yes.
to Bela?
I
And
will drift
okay,
to Bela.
Oh, please gossip.
and
Hi,
again,
Bela.
as always, we're just gonna say anybody that wants to be having a semi-private conversation can. Right? It's the same sort of thing where you can just drift a polite distance away from everybody, and right, and we're fine. So, all right, so you two do that, the twins.
Yes. Aunt Elia did marry last night.
Did Mary last night?
She seduced her. Or the other way around. They probably seduced each other, let's be honest.
You know, I
Let's
didn't
be
look.
honest.
Right? Like, what
I
way to say
didn't
it.
look at the dinner.
Neither one of them were there. Neither was Sir Davin.
Interesting.
They murdered Sir Davin together and fucked.
Well, if they want to have I mean, we could make room for Mary at Aunt Elliot's place. That's fine. That's how
This
it's
is
gonna
just like
work.
this is just like my real life aunt and her roommate.
You totally like her handmaiden.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Oh,
I mean, if we need to
Oh,
bring Mary Crane in on this,
Mary's.
that's not a problem.
Yeah, I think the only problem is convincing her brother. Sorry, I'm not here. Never mind. Sorry.
Why are weddings like this?
people are gonna go lesbian in a wedding, and it's just the law.
What is it about wedding that entices people to?
Like I said last session, they're a real britches dropper.
It's also, this is the wedding arc when all this stuff is happening. So I'm just, you know,
You don't think there's gonna be a problem, do you?
No,
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I mean, I don't think so. But Lady Olenna will say something to me, like it's my fault. That something.
You should have stopped them.
that I.
You know, she'll say.
Snotty.
She'll be able to say something about everything, no matter what. So like, rather her only have things to complain about that aren't your fault than are your fault, right? So if this is the only thing she can bring up, oh no, Dornish people acting like Dornish people,
They're gonna say that
and
Dornish seduced
and we'll get
Mary.
over it, right? So
Right.
so just I'm happy, and well, if that's what it's going to take to make that arrangement happen, I'm sure we can find a way.
Agreed. I am not like upset. I'm just a little exasperated.
Yeah, you know, like if we were down in back home, we wouldn't even like raise an eyebrow or anything, right? So like, I'm not gonna raise an eyebrow here. It's
Wait, was Mary at the name tag Tony?
Yes, she was.
she and Parman visited for that. Yes.
Could it have started then?
could have. I mean,
I wasn't
I didn't pay attention. I'll be
there.
honest. I mean, not that I want to like pay attention to who our banner houses get too involved with, but you know, like I feel guilty, but not that guilty.
Not that guilty.
Well, like if this is becoming an ongoing thing, maybe they're getting close, and we should know who people get close to, right? But like, at the same time, I don't think we need to be on tabs with everyone that they fuck. So
Okay, that's true because it would be difficult to track.
yeah. So either way, if it's just like a one or a couple of times thing, no big deal. If this is more serious, then yeah, we'll find a way to make it work. But we don't have to do that
No, we
this
don't.
week. So
Just have to
well,
Yeah.
maybe.
accept that they're going to be
Yeah.
teamed up.
Out of character, you do kind of have to do it.
Yeah,
this
that's what
week,
I'm
like,
realizing. Wait a second. No, well, but
Yeah.
we kind of do.
Yeah.
I take that back.
because that's the kind of fun
We have to make
of
all the arrangements this week. So I guess one of us will need to talk with Aunt Ellie about her disposition towards
Her intentions.
death.
Hey?
Do you want to take? Well, so
I mean,
today's the ride, tomorrow's the quintain, and then the wedding. Do you?
and then she gets married. Yeah.
So we're running low on on time, and I don't think you want to take care of this on the wedding day.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think I have missed that I have not had any distractions to allow me and my Willis to slip out of any feast halls. I thought we had an understanding.
What? You you think I'm going to be able to keep the lady, the Queen of Thorns, from knowing when something like that might happen just by providing some distraction?
Well, maybe. I've got Adam. He's very clever.
That is true.
I
Adam
say
is
that loud
clever.
enough for Adam to hear it.
Sorry, what? What? I wasn't paying attention.
You're very
What?
clever.
Oh, thank you, sister.
Uh,
That's very kind.
Now go fix Aunt Elia's disposition.
You notice that the other Elia opens her mouth and then says nothing.
I nod at Elia approvingly,
She sticks her tongue out at you disgustedly.
and then I smile back.
Adam was visibly confused by that being called out, but he's like, I'll take it.
Nonetheless. All right. Well, then, okay. We should talk to other people and not just ourselves.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Okay.
I'm not going back to Aunt Elia and Mary. They're going to enjoy needling me.
Those two and Elia Sand are riding together. And as you kind of glance their way before leaving for a different conversation, they're cracking up at something probably inappropriate.
That's fine. That's actually fine.
Yeah.
Mary is a pretty good mix of ladylike and inappropriate, and I can think of worse influences.
And you see what you hear in passing is Meredith glaring and pointing at cousin Elia. I'm gonna try and do Aunt Elia and cousin Elia for the clarity there. It's like, just damn it for using this Dornish name.
Yeah.
But yeah, is Mary, pointing and glowering at cousin Elia and saying, "Just not my brother."
Not my brother.
Okay.
Does she even have a brother?
Sir Parman Crane.
Oh, Mary. Okay.
Yeah. So that was Mary
Yeah.
telling cousin Elia, "Oh, just not my brother." So who knows what she's planning for local nights? It could be having to do with the Quintain tomorrow. It could be something unrelated to Lance's.
Or
But either way,
Could be worse.
Mary is laughingly telling her to stay away from Sir Parman. Is what you picked up.
If I pretend I don't know anything, it'll be easier to deny it later,
but it will definitely happen then.
right? So,
So that was Reyna's first kind of pick for hanging out with. Bela, we're not going to use that one against you because you got dragged into Reyna's pick. Who is Bela want to go
goodness.
looking for and hanging out with?
I don't have any strong feelings on any direction, so I think I might go and just find Lady Desmera and Lady. Oh my gosh,
Marjorie?
Marjorie.
Okay, because those two have been kind of working together this week.
Yeah.
They are riding a polite distance away from the Aunt Elia, cousin Elia, Mary triad of inappropriate, gleeful laughter, and they're pretty close to Aunt Jana, who's the one that's kind of up front and leading the way. But you can tell that both of them are kind of keeping an eye on cousin Elia, but not making like a big deal of it or anything. They're just kind of surreptitiously watching to see how much of their work is undone by her socializing with Aunt Elia.
undo all that training.
Yeah.
But yeah, they give you appropriate little saddle curtsy things, and pleasant, charming, beautiful smiles, like they do when they see just about anybody.
I will return them as best as I am able, and
So the die just went flying.
I'll
Uh,
open with it's beautiful land you have here.
Shame somewhere to happen to it.
Marjorie beams out a bright smile, and she's like, "So our fields of grain are the pride of the Reach."
Hmm. I have no doubt. We we managed to grow ample crops, but I'm sure yours are much more luscious here.
She says, the seat of our power, and I don't doubt more fun to visit than some ghastly Lannister gold mine. And she just kind of waves like a Disney princess, and she's like, "We are lucky, in that like their power is rolling fields of grain and stuff. It's how they're as rich as they are, and yeah. So she seems acutely aware of that."
Food supply makes a big difference when you have lots of land and other people also need food and such. So, it definitely, yeah. I also want to thank you for the tremendous amount of effort you're putting in.
And Desmera smiles and says, "Oh, it's our absolute pleasure. She is a charming and enthusiastic girl.
Mm.
She's so
Well,
very spirited."
yes, there. Spirited is absolutely correct. She does have charms, and she has many rough edges that, with some polishing, will make her shine very well. But I'm afraid that there are numerous of those edges.
Oh, of course, of course. I thought perhaps you could ask your sister. I was thinking that perhaps she and Willis might enjoy one another's company a bit. Horses is almost all the girl talks about.
I,
And Willis knows everything there is to know about these lovely creatures. She pats her own like riding horse on the neck, and
I think that might be a very good idea indeed. I, yeah, for her, horses are probably the most important thing to her, and uh, I think reinforcing the progress that she has made with some discussions that she would very much enjoy, I think might
uh,
do a really good job for her.
and then Desmera smiles brightly and says, "Well, then it's settled. Elia will have dinner with Reyna and Willis tonight." And
Oh
like
gosh,
those two girls, they give each other a look that's like not quite a fist bump, but it's totally a fist bump. They're like,
I,
"Fuck yes, we got it."
I,
It's not our problem tonight.
Yeah.
I audibly choke and try to play it off as a bump
And,
from the
and,
ride.
and
Ooh, some
Marjorie and Desmond
a
are
bump
both
there.
giving you looks like, "Don't you take this back away from us." They're like, "You're in on it too, but like look, it's Reyna, not you. You're not in any trouble for this. Like, just go along with this, and we can make this
Okay.
happen."
Okay,
Like,
whew, this is a bold plan here. Yes,
They make a bald.
I am sure
Mar-
that you both deserve some time to enjoy your evenings as well.
and Marjorie just
Of course.
laughs, and like she pulls up close enough to like link her arm in yours, and leans your way with that kind of fawning little sister affection, that you see like the noble women do in Westeros. She goes, "Ah, we are not half as bold as someone who would challenge Sir Gregor Clegane."
Oh my gosh. Can I just tell you how terrifying that was?
I have only seen Sir Gregor from a distance, And Desmera says, "And I only wish to."
Uh, may that
Same.
continue to be the
Yeah.
case, because up close, it is more terrifying than a bear and more thunderous than the loudest thunderstorms. Oh
And
my
he
gosh.
looks like he has such awful breath.
Oh, thankfully I couldn't breathe while I was close to him for obvious reasons. Um, but the when I unhorsed him in the first pass of the joust, I I thought he was going to die of sheer embarrassment, and it almost came at my life, but that kind of got sorted out in a way that it may not have been the most pleasant.
Sir Davin and Serena told us just how awful that melee was. He was ever so humble, and she was ever so proud. And Desmera kind of rolls her eyes, reach girl against Westerland girl, a type of high school rivalry tone, just a bit. Not to an unpleasant level, but to the expected level, right?
Yeah. I think the best part of all of it is that people are going to hear about me doing that and sort of, I don't know. I think people will change their opinions a little bit about how things are done, and maybe in the future more women will have opportunities to joust if they so desire.
Oh, I'm sure that word is already spreading. The Blue Bard is working on a song about it.
Oh, I've
Oh no.
wouldn't be the first song the Blue Bard has written of my exploits.
Something about 5 nights climbing the mountain. I
Oh
know
wow,
you're not quite a knight, but you're the first one mentioned in the song.
oh, that's quite an honor. Although that's mm, that'll come with certain implications, I'm sure. But that's quite aware. I'm Dornish are used to this sort of body songs.
So yeah, they sound as charming as they always are, etc., etc. But yeah, that bit of maneuvering of the three of you declaring a quorum and throwing Reyna under the bus is basically what has
Yeah,
happened there.
yeah. I'll portray the later about this.
Like giving her a warning,
Mhm.
so Elliot doesn't just like drop out of the rafters or something. And
Yeah.
uh, all right then, let's continue going from eldest to youngest. Luke, who are you looking to hang out with?
Oh, I think I will. I, my aunt, and potential fiance suspiciously before I can decide to ignore that. That's for the best. And I think I will ride alongside the Westerling girl just to make sure they're having a good time and they feel welcomed. And
The two of them are with Joy Hill, and Serena Lannister is kind of next closest, but
Mhm.
Serena is more riding with the next group of kind of older Reach girls, right? But like Serena is near them. Is that making sense? Like she is
Yeah. She's
Serena is
closest to the
bridging the
group.
gap between these couple of Westerlands girls and everyone else.
Yeah, I have a
They're
lot to say to them.
yeah.
I'm just gonna to greet them politely. Are you ladies having a joyous ride?
Sir Lucaris, and Eleanor, or not Eleanor. Sorry, I was just reading the wrong line. Jane just smiles brightly and says, "It's lovely countryside. It's such a shame that so many Westerlanders have to lead armies to see it. But it's gorgeous."
It does appear to be that, doesn't it?
And Elena attempts a little bit clumsier, saddle curtsy type of thing. Joy Hill is kind of avoiding eye contact and trying to be invisible still. Like when she's around Trueborn folks, she's still not really opening up. She's not like being rude and ignoring people that speak to her, right? But she's just assuming she's not wanted, right? So like she's just kind of writing quietly, so as
I'm
not
going
to
to.
disturb folks, that sort of thing. But
I
yeah,
will. I will address her directly then. And my lady, how are you enjoying the ride?
oh, everything is lovely, sir. Um, the this horse is ever so fine and gentle, and so are our hosts.
Very nice.
They're quite generous.
She bobs her head agreeably.
I'll give her a
Uh,
little smile and try to kind of relax her a little bit. And then, yeah, I don't have a lot to say to them. I just wanted to be polite.
just checking in. Yeah, they seem to be doing just fine. Like uh, they're not being ostracized or anything. They seem to be self-selecting to kind of socialize together a little bit more, not being kicked out of the reach groups.
If
So
you ladies would appreciate it, why don't you sit with me and my bride to be of the next dinner we have?
that would be splendid. Thank you, sir. Jane
It,
speaks for all three of them, which is not
it,
unusual for her.
it would be my honor.
So they are very politely and appropriately grateful for the invitation.
I don't have like any crazy lesbian revelations to reveal, so I'm good.
All right. Then that brings us to
Sisters.
yeah, that brings us to Adam. Who is Adam riding with in this first phase of the gossipy horseback ride?
Well, um, firstly, Adam will be tactfully avoiding cousin Elia and Luke. Not like he's not like avoiding them in like an angry like huff way. Just tactfully redirecting himself to stay out of their orbit. And if people talk about either of them to him, he won't say anything derogatory, but he will redirect the conversation.
Got it.
Uh, he's
Noted.
just staying away from them.
They're both dead to you. Got it. I'm just
I have sort of lost track of who hasn't been engaged so far.
okay.
Um,
I'll give a quick breakdown. We've got Aunt Jana Fossoway. It's Aunt because she's the aunt to your generation of Tyrells.
yes.
She's kind of leading the group. Lady Mina Redwine is up there with her. Lady Bethany Rowan. Young Lady Alicene Bulwer. Lady Iris of House Caron. And Serena Lannister. And they're kind of in that order in that group. Like the ladies are kind of the mother aged ladies are kind of riding together, and then just behind them, trailing in kind of age order.
Yeah.
And then last in that kind of group are Eleanor, Alla, and Mega Tyrell. And just behind them is Ludviga Lugas, who is occasionally speaking to the three Tyrell girls. She looks about a head taller than them, but she's only about a year older.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, the I think Adam will probably have clocked not what's being said in any of the groups that have gone before so far, but at least been like they have been spoken to. So not he'll be
Right.
conscious that Raina's got some plates spinning here and doesn't want to interfere with them unless she tells him to go talk to someone. So he'll probably go like and be near the head of the procession, so to speak. I think he's maybe got a little bit of. He's trying to look like a chaperone rather than being. I think there's maybe a bit of him that doesn't like that he's been folded in with the women automatically, so I think he's trying to maybe look more. I don't know the word for it, but like kind of not exactly knightly because he's not a knight, but
He
like.
like he burnt some charcoal and like put on some stubble this morning and stuff, and he started smoking.
Uh,
Look at
not,
yeah,
not
I got you.
started off.
He's trying to look a little more martial and adult.
Yes,
And
that's a good way of putting it. Yeah,
got
definitely. So, so
it is.
he'll write like near up front, and like I don't think he has anything particular to say to any of them, but he will happily engage in conversation.
Any attempts to look rugged and masculine are immediately ruined when you hit the front, because you get the older mom ladies outrageously flirting with the young boy trope, where they're all like, this is
Oh,
harmless,
young man!
like we're allowed to completely uh it's socially acceptable for us to throw ourselves at him in a way that would
Retarded.
otherwise be rude. So yeah, Jana Fossaway, Mina Redwine, and Bethany Rowan are all like gushing, just like, oh, and here comes the handsome Adam now, and um, like they're all clapping and so happy to see you, and they were like, we were ever so worried that our Westerosi customs would keep you and that dashing Sir Lucaris from riding with us today, but we're ever so glad that your Dornish transpositions just insisted that you got to ride with us. We're so lucky that you're, and this is Jana. We're just so lucky that your grandfather was able to talk some sense into my mother.
I'll just a moment of okay. uh, well, I'm so very flattered that you're pleased by our presence, ladies, and pleased to hear that the years have not diminished my grandfather's ability to listen to counsel.
Uh, Out of character, it was kind of the other way around. It
Oh,
was
sorry.
the impression you had was that your grandfather talked Olena into letting you two
Oh,
come.
oh,
To
I
be
see.
clear.
I see.
Yeah. So,
Okay. Well, consider that like his
right.
response to
Rewind. Rewind. Yeah.
yes, yes. I'm glad that age has not diminished my grandfather's ability to be persuasive.
And here, uh, Bethany gives Jana an inappropriate kind of jab in the side and a knowing giggle, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sure he's quite persuasive with my aunt," says Bethany, and like, yeah, and you can tell that they've all been gossiping about it and jeering just as much as you lot.
Oh yes, they do seem to rather enjoy each other's company, so they make a good team. They make a good team.
And Alisane, the absolute youngest one up front here, but she's a lady, so she's up here with the other ladies, lets out a giggle that kind of cuts through their inappropriate giggles by just being a little louder. And she's like, they sure do get along, and that sort of thing.
Like, yeah, you got it. Yeah, so I think Adam will try to kind of actively involve. Oh my gosh, her name is completely left my head. The Lucas girl.
Yep, just too many girls, can't keep them all straight. That
But
Adam, what a rake.
I know it begins with it.
Ludvika.
Yeah, no, it's Ludvika.
Yeah, he'll try to actively like involve her. We'll probably like, you know what? Like, if there's anyone who's going to kind of pick out, like, aside from the general body conversating with the ladies, which like he'll engage in at the same level of like making subtle comments knowingly. He's
The entire
in that gossip.
the entire time that they are anywhere near each other, Ludvika is looking frightenedly at Lady Iris Karen, and Lady Iris is pointedly not noticing her in a
Yeah.
very chilly way.
Yeah, I think, like, I mean, Adam's awareness is probably good enough that he'll at least notice
Yeah,
that.
I wouldn't mention it otherwise. So
Yeah. So, yeah, he's going to try and distract Ludwika a bit and try and put her more at ease and just, like, ask her, like, about herself. Like, I guess avenues that he knows that'll be like, what you reading these days and all that kind of thing. So just try and, just trying to make her feel a little less vulnerable.
she answers demurely and politely, and very very carefully. Uh,
Mhm.
Not to a rude extent of like refusing to answer, but they're very bland answers. Right, and that sort of thing. It looks like it's going to take her some time to come out of her shell, and she might not do it this close to Iris.
No, that's
Um,
that's fine. I mean, yeah, I don't think I've really got a way to steer her terribly far away.
as a note that may have kind of occurred to the Nymaryen siblings in aggregate, you're not sure that House Lucas has ever apologized to her. And knowing Nathan, it may have never occurred to him to apologize to her.
Okay, that's
Like,
going. That's going
uh,
to the next. Right.
like, that he made kind of a big and sincere and nervous deal about apologizing to you, Raina, just yesterday, day before. Was it yesterday? Yeah. But you're like, I'm not sure if he would have done that to Iris, or if he's assuming that apologizing to the higher of the two houses that were wronged means it's covered. Like
Yeah,
it may have just never occurred to him to think of Iris as a people that needs a personal apology in the
yeah.
same way.
Yeah.
Um,
Adam has made a mental note to have a word with Nathan as soon as
right.
possible.
So yeah, it just seems pretty likely it just kind of flew under
Yeah,
his radar, and that
sure.
might be something of why Iris is being kind of
Yeah,
shitty.
sure.
But yeah,
And well, like, I think Adam will make a point then of kind of just reworking his questions a bit, that like they're very benign and things that Ludwika won't need to be as guarded about, just things that are not controversial that like she. And I mean, it won't necessarily fix anything,
yeah,
but yeah, he just kind of wants to kind of give her a wee bit of a break.
yeah. The effort is noted. She is still just kind of shy and careful. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
but
like,
yeah, I mean, she
kind of,
smiles. Yeah, like she smiles while talking to you, and that sort of thing. It's a very pretty smile. She's a pretty girl. She's got the Lugas height, but not mass. Which um, but yeah. So like she is pleasant, but like still just very careful.
yeah, that's
Um,
that's that's fair.
and I think that'll do it for kind of round one, as it were, right?
I need to step away
So
from it. I'll be right back.
all right, we're gonna circle back around. So Reina, the next kind of fuzzy batch or round of talking. Who are you talking to, and is there anyone that you're, uh, and again, we're gonna assume you guys have all politely greeted everybody as appropriate, right?
Right.
Nobody is going to be shunned by you if you don't go talk to them. Is there anybody you want to talk to about anything? Any convincing or charming or that sort of thing that you want to be working towards? This is a time to do it, right? This is a lot of the romance power of the Reach is here.
Uh-oh.
Just
Romance
a
roll's got a
yeah,
+2 here.
just a reminder. That this is a good knot of people to work with for some of these marriage matches. So there's the potential for dice to be rolled. If you guys are looking for some charm or some convince or whatever, like that could still happen today. as nominally light as the conversation is, it could still be meaningful if you want it to be.
I gotta look at my notes real quick, but I'm trying to remember. Am I thinking Garrus for Serena? Is that what we were thinking, or is that Desmera?
Those two were both possibilities for Garrus, yes.
Did we already have him talk to one of them? I feel like. Shit. I don't
Wait,
think we did.
I spoke to him very briefly a while back, but it was more in relation to Lady Gwyneth.
But yeah, those two were the ones that were at your top of the list for him.
right.
And Desmera's mother is here, Lady Mina. She is writing. And so is Desmera, and so is Serena. Like, if you want to talk to the actual girls, you can.
Right.
Just pointing out
Because
that her mother
Desmera is betrothed right now?
no.
No. Who am I thinking of?
Desmera's father and Davin's father were in talks, but they had been in talks for some time. So it sounds like there might have been a disagreement over dowry or, just something like that. But yeah, they absolutely never worked anything out.
So, is there a way that I could chat with Serena and Desmera at the same time without their mother?
Probably. Real quick, is there a volume adjustment we can make on Felicia? We're seeing in chat that she's coming through real quiet.
The mic's really far away from.
Well, I have to put it really far away. I'm sorry. I was speaking quietly. I apologize.
Okay.
I have her up 140%. And that's about does it. So
I bumped her up some.
Okay.
Well, don't
Should
do
help.
that. Now I'm gonna sound terrible out to everybody.
then we'll just say, yeah, Felicia's out of control.
So yeah, you can. So you're looking to get Serena and Desmera
Right.
alone.
They're marriageable ladies.
Sure. We call that pulling an Uncle Orain. But yeah, you can get Desmera and Serena to ride a polite bit away with you, and you're all of an age, so there's an assumption that you're gossiping, and it doesn't need to be like a grim procession with Raina walking up with you two on me,
In my office, dirty.
And yeah, they actually look a little, I don't want to say smug, but you are the bride this week, right? So
Right.
you asking to speak to them is kind of a social status thing. You're the you're a big deal this week. So yeah, they do not look at all displeased to
Now,
ride a little bit away with you.
and they were around during the pavilion at Lannisport, right? During all those chats in the pavilion about.
No. Desmera Redwine was not even there in Lannisport. Serena was not present while her mother was making these deals. Not deals, but you know what I mean. Basically deals. So, yeah. So yeah, Serena probably knows something, about what's going on.
Right.
Her mother, the Lady Miranda. You cannot imagine Lady Miranda sent her here clueless.
Right.
Just go fuck whoever, hon. Have a good spring break, or whatever. That she has, told her don't ruin this for this family, or normal mom stuff.
All right. Well, Lady Serena, Serena, did you see your brother today?
Oh, yes. He was waving a hanky at me as we rode off, and wiping away tears because he was so proud of my courage.
Yeah, brothers can be quite the. I don't know what would be the appropriate asses.
And yeah, she Desmera rolls her eyes with absolute heartfelt passion. It says, Horace and Haber are incorrigible. It's a miracle they haven't burned down Highgarden this week. Lady Olena is keeping them so busy.
Well, thank the seven for that. I mean, my brothers are quite busy as well, and yet they still find time to.
Horace and Haber are known as Horror and Slobber by the other squires and
Goddamn
handmaidens.
squites.
They're squires, but they're also shites.
Yeah, those two are the rowdy boys of the squires and maidens in waiting and stuff. So yeah, so Desmera is right there in hating on brothers and complaining. She has lots to complain about. So
So-
you have
Dislike.
We still find time for what, Felicia? Trailed up.
Yeah.
Still find time to exasperate me.
Oh,
At least they're grown.
yes.
in a way that's worse because we should know better.
Horace and Haber will be incorrigible when they become knights, but I'm hoping Father will find some tower to send them to, or dungeon. Either way, I hope that I'll be rid of them once they're able to curse some poor girl. Or, if nothing else, let their brides come and stay with us, and Mother and I will have them outnumbered.
Do you want to still be at home at that point?
Well, there's ever so much of the world to see, but alas, I am a red wine and not a Nymaryen or a sand. And she kind of rolls her eyes in a good-natured way towards Elia, right? Like she's been hanging out with her a lot this week.
Yeah.
And so I don't just get to go places.
Well, what do you do to entertain yourself then, since you're stuck?
Uh, Needlework and embroidery mostly. I attend my beloved cousin Marjorie as needed and get away to Highgarden every chance I have. It's just ever so much more beautiful than the Arbor. It's not. The Arbor is fucking gorgeous, right? It's just that this one isn't her house, so she is complimenting her cousins that stay. The Arbor is not like ugly though. Don't.
No, it's not.
But she's like, it's ever so much more beautiful than Arbor.
I thought that's the case. I've heard tales of the Arbor, and the beauty is definitely one of the high points that that's right up front, right at the start of the stories.
Oh, pish posh. People only like us for our wine and our fleet.
Well, those are nice. Don't get me wrong. A little good wine goes a long way. We would know. I think Luke gives away barrels as enticements sometimes. How he shows affection.
considerations.
All right, well. So that's what you enjoy, the needlework and the embroidery.
And the traveling to Highgarden and getting away from Father and my brothers when I can.
Well, what do you like? I mean, other than being away from them, what do you do here that's different from what you do there?
Very little. It's just nice to do it here instead of there. And of course, we sing. have you heard Alla? She has a lovely voice.
She does.
I swear, that bard's going to try and take her away someday when he leaves, or she's going to try and keep him from going anywhere. But Marjorie, of course, has a lovely singing voice as well, and we just help out however we can. And she just gives a gesture. She just does the same shit that other highborn girls do outside of Dort. Like it's all that awful Sansa stuff that everybody hates on Sansa for.
Right.
But yeah, she's like,
Well, glance over to Serena since she hasn't said anything yet. And how about you?
much the same, except I've never seen the harbor, my lady. We learn of eligible bachelors. We prick our fingers on occasion while sewing finery for our fathers and brothers. And we look forward to a joyous match being made someday in our name. I'm ever so looking forward to seeing Dorne for myself. Truthfully, I've never been this far from home. I imagine the trip there will be even full of more sights.
It definitely is, and it's a wonderful voyage to take. And of course, it's good for us. We'll be going home, uh, and I hope that you find it welcoming. Uh, Dorne is different, but it's beautiful in a different way than here. Here it's all lush and green and plentiful, and in Dorne it's more stark uh, and I think because there's less, you really have to appreciate what you do find there. The stones are gorgeous. The way the sun strikes them in the dawn, and it's all different. Here feels very wet.
And Serena kind of, oh, that's right. The sun will rise over the Sea of Dorne instead of setting. Oh, how queer that will be. And she sounds excited just to be on the different coast.
Does matter?
Oh, it rises and sets on the sea at home. We're a tiny little thing. Because the arbor's a little island, so she got both.
It's true. She does.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Sicily of Westeros.
Mayhaps you would sail to Dorne.
Uh, Perhaps. We go round the southern coast. Our fleet does, that is, and traders come and go, but I've never thought to make the trip myself. Home in Highgarden is about it for me. And I've been to King's Landing once, of course. It sounds like visiting King's Landing is kind of expected of some of these girls at a certain age. Kind of their coming out
Right.
thing is probably a trip.
Right. Did you serve the queen while you were there?
I did not. No. The Queen Cersei had maidens of plenty already. Serena says, I did. It wasn't much different than waiting on my lady mother or any of my aunts. It's just louder. The Red Keep is so big and filled with life and the king.
Who is very loud.
Yeah.
I can vouch for that. Standing in front of him while he is speaking to you at what he considers a normal volume is rather like standing on the beach while a storm is blowing in.
And the girls all kind of smile wickedly as they nod, because you guys are kind of talking bad about the king, and that's a little scandalous, right? But yeah, they they agree. But then Serena kind of sighs and she says, "Oh, but Marcella is such a sweet girl. It was lovely to get to visit my cousin. They almost never let them leave. She hasn't been home to the Westerlands in ages."
She is but a babe. But she is lovely. We were quite charmed by her when we were there in King's Landing for her birthday tourney.
Yeah, and Desmera nods and agrees politely, and kind of gushes Serena's way. The entire royal family is uh, quite out of character. I'm trying to think of a better word than royal, but kingly or magnificent. Let's say
Majestic.
Mm-hmm. uh, well, they don't have any secret desires that I've managed to plumb out of them, so they're no Joy Hill. But they do seem like fine young ladies.
basically that's the gist of it. Um, what you're left, uh, the
Have you
impression that
met
you're left.
our newest lord, Sir Garrus?
I saw him, and of course we all heard when the announcement was read. They mean like a later time, not when Uncle Orain did, and but yeah, they're like, and yes, he looked quite dashing. Um, the impression that you're left with from other conversations with both of them, and just conversations about their family, um, is that they are eligible bachelorettes of either the last name Lannister or a granddaughter to the Queen of Thorns, right? With what comes with that. So, with both of them, um, yes, they are teenage girls, and everyone in Westeros hopes for a love match and a handsome or beautiful spouse, right, and stuff like that. But that what both of them are really just worried about is a marriage that will not shame their family, right? Like they want a title and wealth and importance on par with what they have so that they are doing right by their family. Like that's their job, right? Like
Right.
that's what they have been raised for and told to shoot for, right? And that sounds like that's really about it. Neither one of them lets loose that they are scandalously smitten with Orain Waters or like whatever. Like no, neither of them. It just seems like they've both been just kind of good girls, for lack of a better term, in Westerosi society. They are, yeah, they are polite about how dashing and handsome uh, new Lord Garrus is. They are polite about how dashing and handsome Luke and Adam are. They're polite about how dashing and right. They're just, they hype up all the dudes with equal politeness and uh, say chivalry, for lack of a better term, right?
Right.
Like they say all the things they're supposed to say. You are
Courtliness.
not, yeah, you are not left with the impression of some scandalous secret desires or that sort of thing. They just seem to be what they seem to be on the surface.
Casuals.
Casuals. All right. Well, if they have a wild side, it would take a lot more than me to find it. So, okay. Move on.
Okay. Bela. Excuse me.
Um, I was planning to go and talk with Joy Hill.
Okay. She is again a little close to the Westerling sisters because they're the ones that she has like traveled with, this time. And yeah, she kind of brightens up as you arrive. She is much less guarded with you than she is with an anointed knight, as Sir Lucaris is. And yeah, she kind of beams your way, um, and sits a little taller in the saddle. And it says, "Lady Bela, they said I could keep him. Or sorry, her. It would be her. They said I could keep her." And she pats her horse. It's a fine little Rouncy. It's a riding horse, not a war horse, but yeah, the
Oh,
Tyrells seem to have just casually given away a good horse.
well, that's fantastic. I hope she treats you well and you her.
She's been ever so patient with me today. I'm not a very good rider, uh, but yes, I'll try to ride all the way to Dorne instead of riding in some musty old carriage. If your grandfather lets me.
Oh, I think it'll be just fine. It won't be a problem.
Elena Westerling says, "I'm going to ride some of it, but sometimes the carriages are just more comfortable." She's kind of sheepish about it, but wanting to ride some of it is kind of big deal, for a 13-year-old girl that's, you know, wasn't Elia Sand. Uh, so yeah, it sounds like they're both looking forward to the little bit of independence of, riding their own horse a little. That type of thing. It sounds like what they've been talking about and what you walked in on was them.
Um, as an aside, have we finalized whatever deal it is that lets Joy Hill come back with us, or is that in motion still?
Yeah, you guys basically traded Joy Hill for Gwyneth Ironwood.
Okay.
So like that one's basically done.
Okay. Has she started doing any sort of like handmaidening for me yet, or not?
Probably in theory, but in practice, she's just been working for the Queen of Thorns this week, right?
Oh,
Like when she, same with Robert Frey has been running around doing stuff. Edric Dane got out of it because he's a fucking lord, so he doesn't have to run messages unless Barrack sends him to, right? Uh, but yeah, like most everybody's squire and like Philea, your actual handmaiden, has been completely uh shit. What's it called? Like when a cop takes somebody's car, not when
commandeered.
it's a criminal drug, but yeah,
And
commandeered. Yeah, no, commandeered. Like
Okay.
yeah, most everybody's handmaidens and maidens in waiting and squires and pages have been just commandeered
Okay.
by House Tyrell for the for all this. So
Okay.
yeah, like her room is near yours, so she's available if you need her, type of thing. But she's been kept pretty busy by Lady Olena and Mace Tyrell and all
Okay.
that.
Dang. Well, um, so as you know, tomorrow is uh, the Quintains, and
Oh, and Joyce. Yes, I was going to cheer for Martin.
mm, yes, very well. I was interested in knowing if you'd like to maybe stick around for a moment or two when it concludes to ride the Quintain yourself to see what it's like.
Right, you get the. Sorry, I kind of suck to deal with my allergies. You get an audible, wide-eyed gasp, and nearby Elena claps her hands a little for her, and Joy cannot answer. She's just like gobsmacked.
Uh, eh, I know that it might be a little intimidating to try it, but there'd be no pressure, and uh, just getting in laps around it and trying it is a good way to like see where you are to start off with, and we'll be able
yes,
to
yes.
train.
I would love that ever so much.
Okay.
I thought we would have to wait until we got back to Dorne.
Mm.
But yes, if Lady Olenna and 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 Lord Mace uh, are will not be offended, that would oh yes, that would be splendid.
Uh, yeah, it is. Yeah, as long as you're not pulled away immediately, uh, I think we can set aside 5 or 10 minutes for you to ride around it a few times to see what it's like.
Yeah, she just yeah, she's like happy pee pee dance in the saddle, right? Like she's just like yeah, all right, you know. So she's absolutely looking forward to tomorrow now. Like, Dad, let's get this done right over with. Make it tomorrow. That type of vibe.
Okay. And then we'll just sort of talk about pleasantries and other good stuff.
Got it. Yeah, and they're able to do so. It's the occasional complaint about a squire that pulled their hair and almost made me drop a thing and blah blah blah, and you know, just uh, the sort of kind of girlish gossip that you expect from them. Um, that stakes, right, of conversation. Um, Elena Westerling does kind of she is much more careful and complimentary towards Highgarden and your hosts and that sort of thing. But then like when Joy mentions one of the red wine twins, she's like, "Oh, they're the worst," and like that. So she'll jump in a little when something sparks her interest. But yeah, it's yeah, just kids talking to their cool aunt type of vibe and complaining about the other kids their age is what you get. Luke, you are up next. Who are you socializing with here on round two?
Luke doesn't have a lot to add. He's just gonna kind of fade back towards Lady Valeda and relax. Just doing the monitoring thing. Not really participating in conversations.
Okay. And then Adam, round two. Are you still hanging with the Cougars, or are you gonna go mingle with?
Cougar Squad. Look for our spinoff on Wednesdays called Cougar Squad.
It's just Felicia by herself.
Yeah, just Felicia.
Yeah, we just hang out and talk about boys. um, a question occurred to me. What, like, our Derek Fossaway must be related to Lady Jana in some way. I think they're both. Canonically, I don't think it's clear like which site whether Derek's red or green, but I think we came down that he was probably a green.
He's a
But,
green, yes.
yeah, so
Uh,
they must like they're from the same house. So like I
yes,
had a look at the family tree. It's not even
yeah,
on it. So
she is the lady of that house. She, yeah. So
I'm just
she
trying to
is.
figure out how they're related to each other.
Uh, there's a distant blood relation, no doubt, with Fossaways and Tyrells. But remember, she's a Tyrell by birth. She married into Fossaway.
So she did, yeah.
So they're not like, uncle and
John,
niece or anything. But
John Fossaway's one of Derek's brothers, isn't he?
uh,
Can't remember if we established that or not.
I think John Fossaway was his nephew,
Nephew.
or of that generation, right?
Okay.
Like he's, but yeah. So she is, Jenna Fossaway is the lady of House Fossaway, and you know that the Strong Sider has been socializing with the Fossaways since your named attorney. Like they've been getting along just fine. It's not a hard feelings type of thing where he went and served another house or anything like that. But yeah, so they're,
Sure, it's just largely so I know how to, like, if I say something to her, like, with him in mind, like, how to refer to him. So I guess he's basically her uncle, sort of.
yeah.
By marriage.
In fact, she probably calls him Nuncle, right? We've heard that in Westerosi stuff for a kind of beloved uncle nickname.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, she probably affectionately refers to him that way.
Cool. Okay, that's. Thank you. That was bothering me that I couldn't. I was trying to find out the information in the background, but couldn't. Cool. Okay. So we're looking Elia currently at.
Uh, kind of together-ish,
Okay.
because cousin Elia, Aunt Elia, and Velena uh, are
Mm,
kind of the Dornish
yeah.
warrior woman Xena squad, hanging out together,
Yeah.
with
And
Mary Crane in tow today.
am I right in thinking that Reyna and Bela are kind of with the Westerlings and Joy Hill?
They have been. Bela is with the Westerlings and Joy right now. Rhaena is off with Serena Lannister and Desmera Redwine. And
Okay.
those groups aren't terribly, like nobody's out of sight or far away, or, but yeah, that's kind of where they are mingling at the moment.
Okay. I think Adam will kind of drift over to where Bela and the Westerlings and Joy Hill are. I think he's going to be like Reyna as he will interpret Reyna as doing some important scheming that he shouldn't kind of rock up and interfere with. So um, we'll hang out with some of the ones he knows.
All right.
And
Yeah.
Bela, who's safe.
Yeah. Joy Hill is over the moon. And as you arrive, she said, Adam, did you hear? I'll be riding Quintain tomorrow. And
Oh,
just,
wonderful!
beaming, and yeah.
That's excellent news. I intend to do so as well. So perhaps we can practice a little beforehand.
She looks to Lady Bela for permission.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course.
And then Joy just claps again. She says, yes, of course. She parrots immediately.
It's been a little while for me, but I'm sure I can remember.
I have a certain four-legged blonde guest who does not believe in daylight savings, that is impatiently prowling the house looking for her late dinner. She's like, what is wrong with you people? So, all right, she's coming back your way, Felicia.
been
Watch out.
canceled forever.
Starving her. We're starving her.
have you ridden Quintain before?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh,
I've
starting from the beginning then. I see. That's don't worry, well between my, well Bela can certainly ensure uh, that you learn what you need to learn.
She just bobs her head excitedly.
So, what are you? Oh, sorry, I had a total brain fart moment then. Guess I'll be. Did did anyone make Adam aware yesterday that Sir Adam was going to speak to Lady Jane? I can't remember if anyone told me.
There was no reason not to.
Okay, I guess we can. I will
Either
assume
way,
that it.
you don't have to. You can pretend like you don't know. It's fine.
Oh no, I would rather know so that they've got something to talk about. So I'm just going to assume that it was mentioned in passing at some point. So I guess I will quietly have a sort of sidebar kind of approach to Jane, to ask her, so what did you think of Sir Adam?
The Knight of Bridington is quite dashing, for a fellow of his years, and he had ever so many stories to share. It's only unfortunate how many of them were sad.
It is rather. He has lost a lot over the years, but he is he's been upstanding member of our household for many years. He taught all of us to ride.
It's true.
Well, uh, he mentioned that he assisted in your lessons, but he was much more humble than to take all the credit himself.
Of course, yes, he was being rather modest, probably. He's
Uh,
great.
he, he said that you learned mostly from the strong sider. I'm, I just nodded along, but I don't know who that is.
Oh, that is Sir Derek Fossaway.
Oh, of course.
He's also present, I believe. You, I don't know if you've met him actually.
Uh, I have not. There are a lot of Fossaways present. There are just a lot of. And she's like very carefully. She's like, there are just a lot of people present. But I don't think I've met him. No. But I'll not lie, Adam. I I thought for the first several times he mentioned it that he just got you all drunk to relax you from battle or something.
I see. I can see how that would paint a confusing picture.
I didn't want him to think I didn't know what I was talking about, but I did not know what I was talking about. I hope I didn't make a fool of myself.
I'm sure you didn't, and even if you did, Sir Adam would not tell anyone. But no, that is a nickname for Sir Derek, who is also a much beloved member of the household.
Also, our
He's
master
her
at arms. Yeah.
I was just so
Okay.
yeah so yeah yeah so he did teach us a fair bit of riding and sword fighting as well.
And she just nods, and you can tell she's like making a mental note, so she
Yeah.
can, she can, so she can also keep track of the sprawling list of NPCs
Yeah.
in your orbit.
Yeah. Like I'm kind of struggling for words a little bit, but like I'm wanting to kind of convey like Adam asking weighted questions to like gauge.
Like, so
Like
how
stuff
did
to, like,
you?
like it, if like basically to find out like whether she would be okay with marrying him, but without like being really obvious about it.
She answers carefully, um, in a very gracious and courtly fashion. She's always complimentary towards him, but you can tell that she still has mixed feelings about being wed to a knight
So much older than her.
3 to 4 times her age. Like, it's not what young girls grow up dreaming of.
Yeah.
But you can tell, like, she doesn't ever say or sound completely displeased because it is also a good enough match. Like she would be landed and it would be Dorn and she understand, So you can tell that she's still kind of thinking it over. She certainly seems
Yeah.
to have gotten along with him. But yeah.
Yeah. So I think then like Adam will kind of be in a kind of similarly kind of careful way convey that well like prefacing with like that he doesn't want to assume what the contents of their conversation was, but that Sir Adam has had reservations about remarrying for understandable reasons, and that his yeah, I guess like again, like I'm going to say this much more directly than Adam would, but just like could we assume that Adam couches this in much more careful language?
Yeah,
that
it's fine.
he's looking for someone to like take over his lands. He's not really looking for like a lady and wife in the way that most, certainly younger knights would, so that perhaps so that at some point in the future when he is like no longer the knight of the house, that you would be sort of free to find a match of the heart. So
And she,
it was very, very similar, probably in wording to what Sherlock went said to Adam.
yeah, and she acknowledges that carefully because nobody wants to be like, yeah, I can't wait for the old man to die, right? You know, she doesn't want to sound like she's looking forward to that.
Yeah,
But you know that like she's, yeah, like she just has to answer pretty carefully.
sure,
So you can tell she's just still thinking. She's still thinking about it.
sure. And I was quite happy to kind of like leave it at that and go back to like lighter pleasantries. Um, but he'll probably exchange some kind of meaningful glances if he can with Bela and Reina to kind of check in of like, you know, do we need a um yeah, like I guess to kind of see if like they want to check in about anything or like how this is going, get a read on like is everything going all right? Do you need me to be anywhere?
Yeah. So she's not like gushing about it, but she's also not, you know, making excuses already and saying no or you know anything like that. She seems to still be on the fence, which is not terribly
Yeah,
surprising, perhaps.
not,
Um,
not at all.
but yeah, so it's seems like it's going okayishly, right? You know, the whole situation. So yeah.
Sure.
All right then. Let's do a third and final pass. Uh, Reyna, what you up to on this ride home as the sun is painting the reach? It's gorgeous colors.
That's gonna be with. I think I'll wrap up with the ladies in the front.
All right. So Reyna approaches the Cougar Squad. Uh, so
Ska! I don't know. That's what it sounded made. They just make that
yeah,
sound. I don't know.
never. So yeah, you've got Jana Fossaway, Lady Mina of House Redwine, Lady Bethany Rowan, uh, and Lady Alison Bulwer and Iris Karen. So all the ladies up front. Uh,
What are they talking about?
right now, they're admiring the sunset.
They have recently consumed a young male squire of unknown name.
Well, it is lovely. It is
So yeah, you aren't interrupting anything.
lovely. Just kind of I join in. It is quite lovely and uh, a different sort of sunset than I'm used to.
Uh, let's see who would. Lady Alisane will speak up and say, "Oh, the sunsets at Wivers West were also quite nice.
They are. It's just all different.
It's just that the mountains there are already red. So these fields of gold when the sun is leaving them, it's different."
It's a whole different color palette. Um, okay. I'm afraid I came up here to pester the older lady. Older ladies, no, no, no. Our
What's
married
it?
ladies.
Roll initiative. Roll initiative.
No.
We're
Yo,
gonna,
Cougar Squad, what up?
yeah, it's like, oh, Raina rode off a cliff like Elena's husband.
Oh,
Wow. No,
Um,
the married ladies. Because, sorry.
video ladies,
Uh,
getting changed into a hawk can get you.
so Jana kind of nods and gives a little wave, and Alisane steers over towards Dismara Redwine and Marjorie Tyrell, who she's also hung out with a bunch. Uh, Lady Iris Karen kind of lifts an eyebrow your way. She's married. Did you mean her?
Yeah. Yeah. She's married. In fact, she's the most recently married.
Yeah.
She's like a newlywed still. And expecting her first child. And Bayla is also one of the married ladies, but she doesn't want to be up here. Because she's back there not being with the ladies.
She's
And
in the cool chick squad. It's fine.
she's.
So yeah, you send away the young unwed one, and Jenna Fossaway kind of steers her horse your way. She says, "It isn't nerves, is it, dear?"
Oh no.
And like they are immediately like they don't all get in like close or whatever, but like the married ladies surround you and are like
They're flanking you.
ready to be maternal, right? Like they're kind of checking in.
No, no. I'm very much looking forward to the wedding. And to
Mm-hmm.
And then let's go with Lady Bethany kind of leans in and the wedding night shan't be an issue. I've said for years that Willis is still a fine young man despite his terrible accident. And then Jana kind of leads your way and is like, "It shan't be an issue, shall it?" Sounding a little protective of Willis, her.
Oh, I don't anticipate any problems there at all.
And they let out little scandalized giggles and, knowing nods and that sort of
And
thing.
I tried to get my sister to arrange for the lady I let it to be distracted for me to get some private time with my betrothed, and it did not happen.
Ooh, scandal.
Prior to the ceremony.
A walk in the gardens without a dozen people hanging onto my skirts.
And they all kind of exchange looks. Do you think you'll be too tired from today's ride to go for such a walk this evening?
I'm feeling quite energetic.
Well then. And they kind of glance at each other again, and exchange, small nods, and we'll get Allery on board, and don't you worry. The Queen of Thorns only has so many thorns. She can't prick everyone at once. Allery is Mace Tyrell's wife, the actual Lady of Highgarden. But yeah, so it looks like they're in on it.
Good. I mean, that wasn't my intent, but I'm super glad.
I just want to clarify. Raider rode up was like, "I need some dick," and they were like, "We can help you."
They're like, they're like,
That's what happened.
yeah, they're like, "With my nephew, or you're gonna shame him? With him? All right, cool.
All right, we'll help out.
Yeah, like they.
Okay, just want to be clear.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, then, that is a delightful bonus I did not expect. I came quite to gather advice, rather. I've never been married, obviously. And the closest relationships I've had have been with my sister.
Scandal.
And she's
Well,
my twin.
It's quite. And they all kind of exchange glances, and they all start to talk a little bit lower. They're like, "It's rather nice to be done with it.
Poor woman.
You're not on the market anymore. You don't need to try and impress every man in Westeros. Once you've locked one down and you're stuck with each other, it's just a matter of adjusting to the new duties."
All right. Okay. Well, that kind of freaked her out a little. That's not exactly.
Remember, for most of them, marriage meant becoming the lady of a house
All right.
and taking over the lady duties, right? The figuring out the menus and helping tend to
Whatever those duties are.
the small folk children, or making the fine clothes for your husband to wear to court, and embroidering your new house sigil on everything you own, right? Like, there's a lot of mundane stuff that goes into running the keep, not the army. It's just that
If you all
yeah.
think Bela does any of that shit,
I know, right? I'm like,
Yeah.
I have people for most of these things. Um, so it is a different thing. It's a
It's
different.
also what they've been raised to be good at, right? Like,
Right.
that's the job that they've been built for. Uh, so yeah, like they all seem to just be rather, they're like, marriage was a relief to most of them, is the
I
vibe
look
that
at
he
Iris. She's
gives.
younger. I mean,
Uh,
you're the
yes.
newest married out
Uh,
of us.
Night Song has been splendid compared to well, uh, she's not gonna mention some of the details of her last couple
Right.
but so, and Lord Bryce is gallant in every way. And Mina snorts, unrelated, says, gallant and clearly quite capable. And they all titter scandalously.
I already congratulated you, but congratulations again.
And the rest of them cluck, and waste no time on that front either, girl.
What?
Grandmother's
What?
grandmother's expecting that she bought land with fertile fields. Or actually, sorry, it'd be auntie or mom.
Ladies, what are you being compared to today? Land.
Ugh.
So yeah, they all give you these kind of little clucks, and there's Maesters can help, though I don't think Willis will have any trouble. He's not put any bastards in any small folk bellies, but he spends enough time with horse and hound. He certainly knows where it all goes. Oh, titter titter, right? And they're all
Okay. I just want to again. There's a twin glance back to Bela, and this look says I made a mistake. I should not have come here.
Yet there you are trapped.
I'll send back the look. Do you need rescue?
I'll be fine. I just, oh my god.
I could come back and I could come back and they could be distracted clucking at me again.
No, no, no. I will try to. I thank you for your words of advice. And I'm sure that Lady Elena has expectations of me. And I am almost positive I know what those are, and you have definitely confirmed that. Uh, however, I also will be head of my house. These are not
yes,
merely.
of course. Such novelty in Dorne, you'll have different responsibilities. Yes. It's just, well, Mother would like to become a great grandmother quite soon. Allery's been pining for a grandchild. 7 no, Mace wants another little knight to mold. Expectations, dear.
What if Garland's sleeping on the job then?
Yeah, there aren't any little apples in Leonette Fostaway's orchard, or fucking whatever, you know what I mean. But yeah, Garland.
I've never heard somebody use a metaphor that abandoned it so fast. It was the same
I'm
breath.
just going like I don't want to come up with different metaphors for each person we're
But
discussing.
it was so good, and then it was just like, no, I'm done. I'm not even gonna say it. Finish the sentence.
Yeah. Um,
I want to point out that nothing.
yeah,
Oh, like, first of all, bitch. Never mind.
yeah, and they'll all actually, kind of look knowingly at each other, like it's the only thing Garland's ever done that disappointed anybody.
Maybe they enjoy each other far too much to bring children into it.
Well, I think the more they enjoyed each other, the more likely the child would be.
Mm.
Oh God.
This is all scandalously direct for them, but
Right?
you're in the circle now.
I don't.
This is their version of you're part of the family. We're talking real.
Right? This is real talk. Absolutely real talk. I am grateful for everything you shared with me. And I'm sure that Willis knows his job. He has been informed of his job.
He's studied many leather-bound books.
Well,
There's several approaches. The Maces do disagree in technique, but the overall strategy I have nailed down.
yeah,
I mean,
Grandmaster Pycelle drew some great pictures in the margins of this text. We're all good.
I do love the notion that the Maesters had the time to argue about such a thing. And
I do. Yeah. I do think if you are not down with that, you should probably let him know tonight, since you've set up a hookup.
So the girls, which is what they deteriorate to when the actual girls are away, right? The ladies, here they all just go, well, while the boys are out playing with their horses in the courtyard tomorrow morning, you let us know how things went in the garden.
But I was planning to ride.
But Ryan, what?
This is the
Raina.
cost. This is the cost of me getting the distraction.
And I'm sitting here going like you're having these juicy conversations, and I'm like, damn it, I wish I was there.
It's done. Yes.
Well then, we'll see you tomorrow morning, and no one will see you this evening.
Lovely.
And as you start to pull away a little, a few of them are turning and giving Jana a hard time for not being pregnant yet either. In a teasing, sisterly sort of way. It's just she's wed to the dreamy John Fossaway, who's, cut from a similar cloth to the dashing Garland the Darlin, and yet neither of them have made any single serving apple juice packets.
Oh my God. How far do you have to
Okay,
go for that?
so I know Rusty well enough. I think he purposely chose the worst metaphor he could think of.
It's so many options.
They get worse. Don't you worry.
I'm all for insulting Rusty, but I think he picked the worst on purpose.
Yeah.
I mean, he already gets XP and destiny points whenever he makes enough of his face palm. So making it happen.
But I'm just gonna fucking beat the old stream boss here to give my points to Willis. Willis, do us proud.
Right.
We need Generation 2. Come on, Willis.
All right. So that does it for Raina, who went to go talk to talk to the married women, and they just
For the
would
record,
not
she
get
goes
out of
straight
her
back
womb.
to Bela
Yeah.
for comfort.
Right? I think Bela's coming over here, though.
So yeah, Bela, where does Reyna find you?
Um, I had gone over to speak to the Elias and Valena Toland.
They are over there, being scandalous, no doubt. They've just been kind of cackling all day, taking turns saying something wildly inappropriate. And you hear Mary Crane's laughter over and over again. You actually don't hear Aunt Elia laugh very often back home. So, like, it's kind of nice to see her just, like, having fun. You get the definite vibe that most of what they're saying is at the expense of Reach women or their men, that sort of thing. But yeah, they've just been the cool girls in the back of the bus all day, basically. That's been them. They've been the ones talking smack about.
They're smoking pot in the back of the bus.
Yeah, like they're the punk kids in the back of the bus,
Look at the
hanging out,
pups up
being
there.
bad. Yeah. So yeah, that's but what they are up to when you arrive.
Robert, God dang you.
I will give dozens of DPs to Willis for this.
He knows what to do. He knows what for. Is what he says.
I mean, no, just shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're worse.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You're muted, Robert. Something.
Was I the only one who thought the marriage pact for to bring on the next generation, or
Marriage
The
arc's
marriage
not
pact?
over yet. Yeah, it'll be.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so I'll just come up and say
I was here as a yes.
it's been a great ride so far. Very springy, like in the step. You can feel like the horse bounce a lot.
It's different.
Yeah, Ellie says, their fields here are soft.
Yeah, kind of like sands, but not exactly. It's weird.
They need proper stone to ride on to harden them up.
Well, yeah, that would really toughen up their horses. That's for sure.
And their knights.
Of course.
And they all kind of giggle at apparently a running commentary about the Reachmen and that sort of thing. Which, keep in mind, Mary is right there and has been a part of. Like, yeah, we soft as fuck, right? Like, yeah, she's right there, playing along.
Totally in on it.
And they're like, oh, but speaking of stones, and this will be Mary, actually. She goes, who are you planning to put on their arse tomorrow morning, Bela?
Well, we'll see if they let us do any actual jousting. It's being called Quintain, but
Yes, but
we'll see.
I don't think they have all those tourney lances on the inventory for no reason.
Oh, is that so? Well,
And Mary gives a knowing nod.
well, the very last person I jousted. Got
I think that was
I know.
me.
no, Sir Luke. It was the mountain. Was the very last person I jousted.
I jousted you after the mountain. Do we not?
I don't believe that's true.
I may have
Wasn't
hit
that
my head pretty hard that day, so maybe I am misremembering the events.
I think the mountain was last.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like the last joust, because it's certainly the last one I've got on like my betting.
Oh, okay. I will have to see the next year later. That's fine.
Okay.
So then Elia grins, an evil Aunt Elia grin. He goes, was his lance bigger than the average Reach Knight's?
No, but he may have wished it would be. He certainly did not hit me very hard.
And
He must have been saved that all for later when he hit me.
Yes.
oh, so his lance was just the same as everyone's.
And then having your
And she
opponent.
and she gestures towards Luke when she says everyone, because he's been the token guy for them to talk shit about. And like, yeah, tourney lances are standardized, but they're making dick jokes
They're all the
like
same.
like children. But yeah,
Well, my lens is what it is. It's not Valyrian steel, unfortunately.
He certainly seemed like he was trying to make up for something in the melee the next day. I can tell you that much.
Velena leaps to the defense of her chosen lance, and she's like, "Oh, it's fine, dear. You hit the shield well enough."
No, I meant the mountain was making up for something the next day.
Oh, well, he's still perfectly adequate, she says, rolling her eyes towards Luke, and the rest of them scandalously cackle, like harpies pecking at his bones.
You'll have to go easy, my love. You continue to flatter me, but you will get out of control.
And then Velena smiles kind of slyly. Says, the melee. I heard that Sir Davin hit quite hard that day. And Elia goes and almost chokes.
Sir Davin impressed even myself with his performance that day. Has he impressed anybody else recently? Look around scandalously.
Mary just smiles wickedly to herself. And Aunt Elia just says, some lions are bigger than others.
He seemed perfectly capable of swordplay during the melee.
Not a fan of lions in general, but that one is fine enough.
We'll see.
I'm gonna kind of give a knowing glance to Aunt Elia and to Barry. Just
And Elia's just like trying to play it cool and distant right now.
That's fine.
this is where I learned half of it from.
Yeah, I don't need to bring up any direct mentions of anything.
But riding tomorrow is.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Perhaps there will be someone to challenge, or someone might challenge me.
Has someone extended an invitation to the little firecracker we know?
You mean Cousin Elia? She's right there. She's right there.
Is that you?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll nod to her.
Just as a reminder. And Elia just tilts her and she says, I'll be riding tomorrow. Matter of factly.
Yeah. She put on a good show at Adam's name day tourney.
Velena Tolan smirks, if a short one. I've been practicing. You'll see.
I think you have a rival, my love.
Not for you.
No, of course not.
And then Mary kind of sing-song teases. Says, in fact, I think we've spent half the day figuring out just who Elia wants to impress this week.
Oh?
And Cousin Elia just blushes furiously. Shut up. I just haven't decided.
Is there a rumor I might hear tonight before the day ends? Is anybody's going to have loose enough lips?
Watch how you phrase things, nephew. And Elias.
Phrasing.
But Elia just says, I haven't decided which one I'll seduce yet. There are options, and I have time.
Hmm. It was a large, loose oryx running around earlier. I saw.
Mary sticks her elbow in Elia's ribs and says, "Not as loose as some might like," and gives a giggle, and like Elia smacks her on the shoulder, while blushing furiously. We'll see.
Fine, fine. I will kind of fade in the back and let Bela take the conversation.
Well, then who's the other person that you're eyeing?
All of them. I will have my pick of the reach. But whoever it is must beat me with a lance.
But both Bela and I are already engaged or married, so.
So she just gives a shrug. Then it might be that no one from the reach deserves me.
I mean, given her weight class, she is just setting herself up to kind of give herself an excuse to go for Oris because he will just knock her over because he's enormous. She's setting herself up to win there.
I'm going to pull up my wineskin and just kind of nod. That might be.
I will challenge on the morrow who I will, or invite them to challenge me. I will finish the fight my father started.
Oh,
Wait,
that's
what?
good.
What?
She says it all seriously. It was just a squire's joust. Like, that's what happened to Willis.
With Willis.
It was just a squire's joust, but like it looks
It's like the worst fucking thing.
She has just internalized like
it's just a squire's joust. It's just a sucking chest wound. It's just a war in the Seven Kingdoms.
she's just decided she's going to challenge all of them, apparently in her father's name. And then if one of them beats her, she will decide to seduce them. Is how she thinks things are going to go.
She has a strategy then. It's
that's
fine.
her
She has a
plan.
two-part plan.
I just want you all to know that like Adam has an "I told you so" stashed away just for when this shit goes wrong.
Something goes wrong tomorrow, and Adam's just like, I have prepared letters.
Yes.
Starts handing them out to
This
everybody.
speech, I believe the Maester can agree, it was dated 4 weeks ago.
Adam's very much like the kind of Alexander Hamilton thing of like, here is a list of 30 years of grievances.
But yeah, it sounds like what you're putting together is that is cousin Elia's plan. Was the family was told to stay away because her dad beat a Tyrell boy so hard he stopped trying to be a knight, and they were forbidden from being here, and she refused that, and she is the true heir to the Red Viper's spirit because she is here, and she is going to beat more of them, and only if one of them triumphs over her will they be allowed to. Right, like that's the tale that she has told herself.
Then she'll fuck them, but
while she was
she'll
riding,
be mad about it.
Yeah, while she was riding across Westeros to be here. Get the feeling that is the story she has prepared herself.
Elia, just remember, these are our friends and soon to be family.
I don't have very many friends.
I thought we were friends. Is that the case?
We are family. It's different. I don't need to be friendly to the others. I need to impress them.
I see.
Impress them.
Middle child syndrome. Like middle child syndrome hard, right? Like she just wants to be. Imagine being like the 5th sand snake, right? Like what do you, or 4th, I think 4th. But whatever, you know what I'm saying. Imagine being middle of the pack of the fucking sand snakes. Like what you gotta do. So she's just trying to be,
Elia, once you impress them, then what? What is the goal then?
A visit to someone's chamber, perhaps, if they've impressed me.
That is a short-term answer. I meant more long-term. What after you impress them?
I impress them again. Don't worry, cousin. I'm not planning to get betrothed this week. Just make this trip worth it.
That was not close to my concern whatsoever. I
What?
I understand wanting to impress your siblings. I get it.
So she just sounds confident that that's how things are going to unfold. That when her siblings hear about her being here, it will be a tale worth the telling, full of pride and sex and violence. In not quite that order, maybe, probably. But yeah, it sounds like they've spent most of the day with the older girls and women, just kind of teasing her about what night she hopes will beat her, and her refusing to admit if she likes literally any of them. Like, and with Mary Crane just pleading, not Parman. Just anyone, not my brother. Like, I don't want to have spent all day talking about you fucking my brother in hindsight. So just anyone but him seems to be the tone of the conversation.
Yeah, this is really Bela's conversation, so I'm gonna step away and Bela has anything to say.
Not really. I mean, in
Fix your
character,
cousin.
like
Fix your head.
Bailey would keep on with it probably with them, but we don't have to go over all of it.
Every line of banter as you guys rattle off every night in attendance. And,
Yeah, what about so and so? What about this person?
Because it's about the same answer for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, she's just like, we'll see. Or, that one could never beat me. And then, like, just the same defensive, girlish answer. So, let's go to Adam for his final round of chit chat and or scheming.
I just want to add, as we ride into the sunset, I will extend a hand to Lady Elena, and then we can go to Adam.
Oh,
All right. So, yeah, Adam, who are we looking for this last round?
well, so because Adam is avoiding a couple of people, he's basically not been able to engage with certain people at certain points. So I think at this point he's actually just kind of drifted off on his own a bit. I guess he's sort of run out of like trivial conversation to distract himself with, and there's no sign of meaningful conversation. So he's probably gotten lost in his own thoughts and is just sort of riding like along at like a pace to keep up, but he's kind of gazing off into
not
the distance.
not engaging with anybody, but not like being rude if they talk to him or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like out of character, I am very open to him being approached, but yeah, like he's fallen into his kind of being quietly sad.
Melancholy as he stares into the sunset.
Yeah.
Right. All right. That will just about do it for the evening then. We will be heading back to High Garden without incident. You guys aren't attacked by shadow cats or a pack of wolves or anything like that.
It's wolves and shadow cats teamed up.
Shadow wolves. So yeah, I mean, there's a few cougars on the loose, but that was it.
A few of those.
So you're able to get back to High Garden just fine. Several of the knights, whether they be husbands or brothers or what have you, are hamming it up. And oh, we're ever so glad you made it back safely. And oh, look, they didn't lose anyone. And returning from war victorious, and just playing up the fact that they got left behind for a day, and there's some teasing like that, and then people head off to dinner, and sure enough, Raina, you will have a window. Are you planning much important conversation with Willis, or is it going to be a slow camera pan over the garden and a tasteful, fade to black?
Willis, take the DP.
No, that would be Raina.
Hey!
Willis, give the DP.
Ah,
Ugh.
Rusty.
He built a harness. It
Nothing.
works. It's fine.
Nothing. There's what?
God. All right. Not really. I mean,
Okay. You'll
we'll
catch
have
him up
plenty
on
of
the
time to talk.
days.
We're
Catch him
getting
up on the
there.
day's stuff. You guys are appropriately flirtatious and whatever, and then okay.
Play. I want my DP back.
So are we talking fading all the way to black, or are we fading to like various shades of gray?
What are you
It's
talking
something like,
about?
are we talking like an
Oh
all
my
the way
God.
fade to black? Like how naughty are you two kids being?
You should at least smooch him.
At least fuck him. Smooch him.
Okay, you don't have to decide now.
There are two kinds of people.
Yeah. All right, so you don't have to decide now. We're going to do a tasteful fade to black, slow camera pan over the garden, and then up to the moonlight, and all is well. But these thirsty old ladies are going to want to know tomorrow. So you figure it out in the next couple weeks how salacious a story they are going to get. And we will see everybody back here in 2 weeks' time for the exact quote is perhaps a bit of writing Quintain and such is the official event title. So it's going to be chances for just some kind of martial displays. There's going to be an archery range set up. There's going to be Quintain targets for people to ride against. They are fully prepared for there to be a few people that want to, run into one another. Likely a bit of swordplay sparring, yada yada yada. Just showing off the martial pride of the Reach, and that sort of thing. So that is what we will do 2 weeks from now. So thank you for hanging out, everybody. We appreciate your ongoing bits and cheers and subscriptions and follows and stuff. We hope that you are continuing to enjoy Sea of Spears, and we've got this Quintain and stuff, and then we've got a wedding to go to, boys and ghouls. So we'll see everybody in a couple weeks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.